They're next door.
It's obviously an issue. I just want to make sure that, we button it up as
We're live. All right, good morning. It's April 17th, Commissioners meeting. We have a quorum. We will do business. We begin the meeting with the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Anybody have any comments or anything about any of that stuff that came in?
No.
Not good at all.
Okay. We have the minutes from the April 3rd meeting. Any changes? I'll move that we approve as presented.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Payroll.
No concern.
Sir.
I'll move that we approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And then we have the claims. And the voucher register. Anybody have any questions or concerns on that?
Yes, sir.
I'll move that we approve.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. First up, we have the highway supervisor report, Mr. Byrd.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Office water damage. I got some good news and bad news. I think I had sent the email out, so we're all aware of what happened. A lot of the rotted material was all taken out. We knew we had a couple days before Sherarian was scheduled to come back in, which they did show up this morning there at the site and then moving on, but we went in with our people. We took out the termite infested sections, a couple of them along the low bearing wall on the inside, and then the area that was getting moisture from that stone wall. Took all that out, put new in. We busted the stone wall out. We were able to locate some brick at Block and Brick that closely matched as best we could, and our people laid the brick. We're going to be doing the vinyl siding and the flashing up the rest of the way today and hopefully be done, and then that wall will be dry. But the important thing, Sherarian's on schedule, so.
Would it make sense in this case, since you're already doing it, brick that whole door shut? That used to be an overhead door.
Used to be an overhead door.
I mean, as far as the long-term solution, that seems like that would be
That's possible. I don't know how many brick they had. Vinyl with the flashing and keeping everything out. It should work just as well. And obviously we'd be much cheaper.
right. I was just thinking because, the stone never did make sense, but if, bricking that whole thing shut, it'd be done.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you'd ever have to do it again.
Yeah.
So you went up the same height on the stone?
Basically, we went up to and we can properly flash the vinyl to the brick sill and go on up from there. That was our intent. But I think with the vinyl, we can probably be done with that whole thing today. Whereas if we were laying brick with our guys, we'd probably be there for quite some time, But after they're done out of the way, we're going to get some muriatic acid and clean it off. They did a good job, but we got some cleanup to do. So, but yeah, and proud of the guys of what they did. I mean, they went in there and we just knocked this thing out, and the big thing was to keep our other schedule going as it is, and everything's fine. So I was looking at some of the bills that are coming in. We're coming in a little bit under the budget that we had discussed. So that's all good news there. As soon as we get a little bit better numbers and better figures. We've got some negotiating on some things that we have to get worked out with the insurance company. I think there were some things that they paid on that probably shouldn't have, with that initial check. So I just want to go through there and dot all of our i's, cross our t's, and make sure that we're good with all of that. So, and that they're good with it as well. So, we have fully moved into our offices now. The desks were installed, and it looks great.
Wow.
It really looks great. I wanted to discuss with you the disposition of the old desks. I know a couple of them were shot. The ones that are left, they're old, and I know when we were working on my drawer wouldn't line up anymore. It's really old. So I'm asking about disposition of the desks and how you want to handle those.
Do you have a list of what you'd like to get rid of? Or is it just two desks, or is it?
Just a few desks.
I mean, usually what people will do is they'll take pictures of what they've got, they'll make a list of inventory of what they want to get rid of, and then we, getting rid of it. We can do it some other way to make your room, we could probably do that today.
Okay.
Is there a place you can stick them, take a picture of them, see if anybody needs them?
Actually, we've got some pictures. I just haven't had a chance to get them sent out yet. We've got a storage area that,
Just to keep the process consistent. So let's try that, and
we can put it
well,
online.
tell us as best you can what you have, so we know what we're getting rid of.
Okay. My desk, Tim's desk, and Ann's desk, I believe there are three of them. I believe they all have the desk itself with the return. So basically there's three of those.
Is there any % chance that anybody would have any want for these things? Or are they that bad?
That's possible. Depends on we'll put it out there, and if anybody wants to jump on it.
I'm
I don't know
going to
what we
declare
have
the three tables, because you have replacements for all of them already in-house, right? You've already got replacements for all of them?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll move that we give consent to discard the three tables or the three desks after attempting to see if anyone else in the county can use them.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay. I guess how much to ask for them, do we?
Well, no, I mean, first off, we see if any other office can use them for nothing.
That'd be
And
great.
then
That'd be great.
if not, you can discard them or take them to the safe instance if they want them or anywhere. Then we have to try to find a home for them or try to use.
Sounds good. Michael Costello is scheduled in here at 9:30 this morning to give us an update on the DNR response. I know when I spoke with him last, they were still waiting for DNR's approval of the reclamation plan. So I don't know if they have still got it, but I think he can clue us in this morning as to where that stands and answer any questions we might have regarding the reclamation process and issues out on Portersville West.
And what's his title?
He is a representative of Indemnity National, who's basically the bond insurance holder for the mine. So,
Is this somebody you've been talking to before, Mr. Schmidt? Somebody you've talked to as well?
I have not, Steve's been talking to him during.
it's our intent that once we have an approved DNR reclamation plan, that we want to get together with all the impacted landowners down through there and have a sit-down meeting, say at the Ireland Sportsman Club, and just have them explain how the process is going. Everybody's been hearing, different things, and I think it's good just to everybody get on the same page and we know what the expectations are. And Obviously, there's gonna be some things that they're not gonna be able to do, and it's good to know all that, you know, at that meeting, so that's the intent of that. Next item up, employee resignation. Cody Englert, is a bridge crew member of ours. He began his career at the Highway Garage in June of 2018. Informed me that he is leaving for a job with better pay. His last work day was this past Friday. We're currently working on a replacement. And I do have someone at the garage who is gonna make this transition to go to the bridge crew. So I will be posting that opening. He's an excavator operator. I'll be posting that opening at the garage this week in case anybody there wants to take that position. If we don't have any takers, then we'll put it out to the press and get it advertised and go there, so. Okay. And, the final thing, late in the fall, early winter of 2020, received some phone calls from residents near the Ferguson area about a contractor that was trenching near the edge of County Road 285 East, which is south of Ferguson, in the evening and during nighttime hours. I visited the site with the contractor there, asked for their work permit for the job. After failing to produce one, I shut them down until they could give me a permit. Obviously, they had never applied for one. So I did speak with someone from Watch Communications, who is a fiber optic vendor out of Lima, Ohio. I sent the permit out to them. They sent it back with no signature, so I had to, keep working with that. Finally got a signature in, and they promised they were going to get to it as soon as they possibly could. However, they still haven't. I've spoken with them several times, and yeah, they are aware that there's an issue, but they're going to try to get to it, and that's all we keep hearing. So, due to a lack of response, I would like to. I think this is ordinance that was put together back in 2002. Basically, it's an ordinance that enforces county highway policy. It's actually the red book that we've got here with our highway policies and standards. That ordinance gives those the teeth that it needs. So, under the permit that was signed, here it says that they have to understand that failure to comply to those allows that ordinance to enforce the.
So that's 0204?
Yes, and that's the permit that they were working on. You can see that date here. I think that was in 2021. But I went out and I took pictures. They've got holes where they had dug down for a bore machine to run their conduit along the edge of the road. When I shut them down, the holes were still, they just walked away and nothing left. And I've talked to them several times about these areas. They are going to create soft spots which could impact our road in a negative way. So I think it's been long enough. I think I'd like to send them a registered letter, let them know that if they've got 30 days to begin to react and get this thing taken care of. Or I'd like to find them $500 for each instance.
Mr. Taylor, did you read this ordinance? Have you read that? What you said that?
Just started reading it.
So it says upon conviction. What does that mean? Yeah, okay. We can find them upon conviction.
Finding of guilt, I presume.
By who? By us, just as a normal course of business, or was there a hearing situation, or what's that?
Potentially a hearing in order to have that to occur.
because I agree with Mr. Berg, and that little bit of language in there sounds a little more than just us agreeing to do it. So just let us know if you want to put you on the spot right now. No, I think,
You know, it could be a scenario like we do for trash court and other ordinance violations, that we notify them that they need to take care of it, otherwise we're gonna set the matter for a formal hearing. Also for ordinance violations, you can take it to the courts and seek an ordinance violation there, and then they would institute a fine.
We could have them appear here and,
but you're not asking for it to be fined today, you're saying we'll send this letter certified, they'll have 30 days to react, and within that time, if we don't hear from them, then we set a court date for the next 2 weeks later or whatnot, and that's probably when they would start acting. If not, hopefully before. But does that sound appropriate?
It does.
I mean, I don't have a problem doing that, that's why I broke the rules, they need to get going. Anybody disagree?
I don't disagree.
Would it be
I support
appropriate,
sending the letter.
would it be appropriate for me to send them a letter requiring him to be here at the next commissioners meeting and set up a time for that discussion? Or-
So what we do in the other instances is we'd send them one stating, here's what we're expecting to occur, please comply with that, otherwise we would call you in and have a hearing on the matter to determine the penalties. And then hopefully that would incentivize them to get it done without the necessity of coming here.
Okay.
Are they still in Ohio?
I think so, yeah.
Because we don't want to have court, we don't want to fine them, we want the work done. So hopefully you send the letter, and that'll be the last, they'll show up in a couple weeks and take care of it.
Steve, you and I can discuss the potential content of that letter.
Okay.
Based on what we've done before for weeds and other stuff.
Okay.
I think you have a good plan. Anybody disagree?
Don't disagree at all. Yeah.
Then what will it take to fix that? Put fill in?
Yeah, they'll have to get some fill in there. What I would like if they have, the conduit is there. But I don't know what their intent is to even try to run this fiber, in there, but if they're not, I would just as soon have them plug the ends of the pipe up. Because I don't want, I don't want anything down there that's gonna hold water and just
Freeze
be
and
an
thaw.
issue.
Freeze and thaw.
Yeah, so if they're not gonna utilize it, I'd like the ends capped and have everything buried and fill the holes and make sure that our waterway is,
It's full of water. Yeah.
Was this beginning of their work, or had they run this someplace else nearby and this was just the end of it, or was
I
this the
think they-
beginning of it, or what?
they ran in Spencer County as well, and from everything I understood, this was supposed to be a fiber optic line that was supposed to connect and go to the Spencer County Co-op. Now, that's just,
I didn't know if this was a place that they had started or just finished, or
yeah,
what
I
their
think.
intent, or, where they were at on the project,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, I think it was, the work that they were doing was kind of spotty. And I know Spencer County was having the same issues with this contractor as well.
Oh, okay.
But we shut them down, and I don't remember what they did. So I'm sure there's a lot of unfinished
Yeah.
work out there.
That would
And
be the only-
I'd say a lot of that work didn't even include the installation of the line, because if the conduit's not there, you can't lay the line. So yeah, I don't know where this whole thing is, but that's been 2020. It's been a long time ago. So if it's not that important that they haven't done anything for this period of time, they probably
It
do
needs
that.
to be taken care of. Agreed.
That's all I've got.
And do we want to discuss the Division Road situation? And that's something we need for the highway department to figure out, or what do y'all want to do?
Yeah, I think we should discuss it,
Okay.
or at least come up with some sort of solution,
Okay.
even if it's temporary.
I think Brent did say that he could be available by phone sometime this morning if we want to text him. Do we want to get him on the horn and have a conversation whenever he's available, or do we
We
Well, what are
could,
your thoughts?
we could do that. Looks like we're gonna have a long meeting here anyway.
I'll try to speed through everybody, so maybe we'll find 5 minutes or later, or 10 minutes. So if you wouldn't mind, maybe after your time here, just see if we can connect with him, and he could say, I'll have a break at 10 o'clock, or I'll have a break at certain time. We'll try to maybe fit that in. I think it's important, because it's, there are a lot of people that are interested in it. I think all of us have visited the site, and it's a challenging site. The one part about it though that just dwells on my mind, it's odd that we haven't had this much conversation on it. It's been there for 4 months. I know we had an accident last week, and that makes people a little more probably aware of how bad it is. But in my understanding, signs have been blocked, have been set up the same way for many months.
Yeah, we did have, a call on it, and this is in probably a couple months back regarding it. So I think at the time, there were 2 barricades on the east side of that hill. We moved one completely out of the way, but had it sitting up over the ditch, and the other one we pulled away from the intersection for trailer traffic to go around. But, you know, we moved it a little bit to the west, but then moved it was still in the lane, but we didn't have it sitting at the center line. I think we moved it a couple feet back, but it still was forcing westbound traffic into that eastbound lane just on the other side of that hill. So,
But I guess my point, for months, it's been more restrictive than it is today. Because it was all the way in the road, touching the center line, the other one was touching the center line, but set back. So it's less restrictive now, but it seems to be worse. So anyway, if you don't mind doing that, I think that'd be helpful. That way we all have a piece of the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you. Miscellaneous item here until Mr. Wilson's ready.
One thing, Chad, excuse me.
No, I haven't called on this line. Sure.
That'd be fine, or on a cell phone with the speaker, either way, it's fine. This is for either way.
Okay, I didn't know if we could hear better on that one.
Probably, that would probably.
What number is that?
That's 7052, or what's this number?
7045.
7045.
7045 481.
I shared that with you by email,
Okay.
about a week and a half ago, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, the signatures now. This is, I don't know, I think I included you in this communications email about a week and a half ago. It's radio communications, and it was an update of all kinds of communication stuff.
Okay.
You are on here as a signer.
Okay.
I'm not really sure why, but I don't want to take you off because I figured if somebody put you on there, it was probably appropriate for you to be on there. While I'm here, I'll get your signature. Sure. If you'd like to
Sir,
review
can you
it.
send that making a text on what our portion for this?
Oh, I haven't yet, sorry. I will.
Thank you. So anyway, real quickly, we were up at correction pretty often. Now we're getting closer to having community corrections. We're a couple months away from them moving back into their final facility. And we looked into what we're doing now is just having $1,200 a month for a couple trailers up there to hold our stuff. Tractor trailers, you know? And we have things in there like corrections tables, that would be a single unit stainless steel, circle in the middle, and 6 seats around it. There's some of those. Washers and dryers, a couple office desks, a bike racks, and payphones. And those are some of the main things. We're gonna be reusing some of the corrections tables, but I think there's gonna be a couple extra. We're reusing a couple of the washers and dryers, there might be a couple extra. Bike rack, we already have a new one in our new plan, so we're gonna have a bike rack we don't need. And the payphones, I don't know why we kept those necessarily, thinking maybe we might need them, put back on the wall or something, but I think we're getting some different kind of system. What do you all want to do with these kind of things? Do you want us to just declare them surplus, get rid of them? Do you want us to try to save up things and have an auction of some sort? I didn't know if anybody had a suggestion. Do you have a 4-H meeting anytime soon?
No, not to the first of the month.
The only thing I was thinking is those tables, they're heavy duty. If there's a need for in one of the buildings to plop a table down
Sure.
somewhere, I mean, it might be valuable to that. It won't rust, it won't, very hard to break. I don't know if they'd have a use for it. I don't know that anybody has a use for payphones,
I don't think it
unless you
was
want to make a retro movie and need a prop.
Could the bike rack go out to the park?
Right, the same thing with like a bike rack. They have that new area that they've worked on has a bike rack. I mean, it's really nice out there. But anybody have any thoughts on those kind of items?
Be nice to get something for them, but that all involves legwork, but, somebody's gotta have the time to put it in.
My thought on like the office desks, we have one room out there for sure that's a big classroom that we don't have a use for right now. I'm thinking, man, let's just stick one of them in there in case in the future somebody comes down and needs some more work. Corrections tables, there's gonna be limited use for some of that. Is anybody in the community gonna give us $1 for a payphone? Or a bike rack? I mean, a bike rack just seems like it'd be a gift to someone.
Yeah.
Steve, is there anywhere in the county, when you're out on the roads, is there anywhere that could use a bike rack? I mean, like Two Boys Park or Hayesville? I don't even know.
You can check with the school probably got one, but what about like at Easter,
Like
Plaza or,
the Bird's Eye Library, I know the new library has one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they have one or not.
I don't know, does the fairgrounds have one?
Yeah, the fairgrounds, like where they built that new building, they have bike racks there, but I didn't know if they needed one anywhere else.
And I think there's already one in front of the
Clover Pavilion.
the Clover Pavilion already has.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure if there is or not, but I think you're correct.
There used to be, I don't know if it's still there, and if they removed it, certainly, I bet they don't want another.
The other thing that I guess we thought about was if there's some of this stuff that we think has value, I think it was was it outdoor rec or indoor rec up at the sheriff's department? That's a big open space in the middle that we don't really have a purpose for now. I think it'd be the indoor rec. But anyway, there's a big room that's not gonna have much finishing done to it. I think they're gonna paint it or something. That's about it. If we have some extra stuff that we might have value, we can stuff things in there for at least a short term.
Right, yeah, if we have space to save some of this stuff until we have enough to auction it off. The auctions they do nowadays, they're all online, and the only people you really see are when they come get it.
But then the sheriff probably said, I don't really want a whole bunch of people
But-
coming in my building.
Exactly.
Yeah, you'd have to put it someplace.
I can't speak for the sheriff, but I'd like to give my opinion on
Let's hear it.
this. Okay, so many years ago, there was a boys' home that was closed down, and this same conversation happened. We're going back to like 1999 to 2000, and that stuff was piled in the basement of the jail, and I bet the last of it just left 3 years ago,
Really?
and it did nothing but just take up space, and the county never got a dime for any of it, and it ended up all getting disposed of or salvaged. The metal items were scrap value, but
Outside out.
that's a pretty, that's dangerous territory there, I think, for any county office to stockpile long-term. I would be nervous about it. And then maybe the jail commander would speak differently about the indoor rec area, those tables. So I know those things are expensive.
I can reach out to the 4-H and see,
Let's at least start there,
I can, absolutely.
because they don't have to go out, they don't have to be out of the trailer today, but I'll probably, as far as the washer and dryers, my original thought was they're coin operated, somebody might have use for them, but we're gonna reuse the 2 best ones for our maintenance person. If we sell them to somebody and they break down and it might be more hassle than it's worth, and maybe I'll take, if the board is okay with it, just take the consent of the board to get rid of it, at a minimum, get rid of the excess washer and dryers. So I don't
The
know.
4-H might be interested in something like that too, only for the fact that with the livestock and all the kids that are out there.
Why don't we just give it 2 weeks, to see if anybody will take it, and then at the end, at our next meeting, if we don't have any takers, we'll just dispose of it.
75 minutes next meeting, excess items from jail project.
I feel like going out for a wash and dryer, might have to be left somewhere, or, something that, I can't imagine.
Like I said, the 4-H, those kids live out there,
But if nobody takes it, and then it just scratch it.
dispose of it.
Campers might even like,
Huh?
campers might even use a coin operated one.
But man, anywhere you put that, you're just looking at a maintenance
Yep.
nightmare, putting in a old thing.
As long as they know it's as is, you're taking your chances.
Or we can get $1.50 worth of metal out of it. All right, let's get going with Mr. Stuart Wilson here from 911.
Okay, so I'm here this morning about the InDigital purchase contract, which is 911 answering equipment. It's the physical phones. It's all computer-based, of course. It's all IP-based, and it doesn't look like a telephone, but it's how we answer 911 calls, administrative calls, facilitate conference calls. This is how we answer the phone. It is a single point vendor. There are no competitors. Our purchaser for our region of the state, or our vendor, is InDigital. They do have multiple products that they offer. I don't know anything about the competing products other than the Solacom product that they're requesting for us to sell. That's the only one that I've ever seen. It's the only one used in any of the neighboring centers. I really don't know why this area landed with the Solacom equipment, but it is what we've always had. And my strong preference would be to stay exactly the same. We would continue to match the city of Jasper's answering equipment, so we get redundancy without paying the full price for it. The transition to the new center would be seamless. It would be the same system. It looks the same. It works the same. Other than behind the scenes work, it will be more modern. It'll be IP based instead of analog based. There's 2 documents that I forwarded. One is the purchase agreement.
It's our current analog.
They are analog. The purchase agreement was represented to me, and I haven't been able to go through the entire thing. It was represented to me to match a negotiated purchase agreement that was negotiated after some changes that Mr. Sherrod recommended that we made about 1.5 years ago when we replaced the terminal at the city of Jasper's answering point. And then the maintenance agreement is the other one. We absolutely have to have maintenance on this. This is it's a 24/7 immediate response maintenance plan. If there's anything that can't go down, it is 911. We have to have this vendor. It's just the cost of doing business. The proposed maintenance agreement, for clarity, does include an additional terminal that is likely to be installed at the city of Jasper at some point. We don't have an order placed. We don't have a purchase contract. We don't have an installation date. There's a lot of unknowns, but because this is also taking place pretty far down the road, the maintenance contract does include the maintenance for that additional terminal at the city of Jasper. I think that maintenance cost is, I don't remember what it breaks down per terminal, $2,100 something per year, I think, from memory. But this should be kind of an all-inclusive deal. I would expect by then that additional terminal will be in place by the city of Jasper, maybe even before we get moved. I'm glad to answer any questions. Contracts, kind of a bear to read through. Mr. Sharon and I made multiple revisions. We did the last one. I'll verify that that it matches the previous contract. And then I would be requesting permission to be the signer of this document pending funding source from the county council.
Nothing significant is changing since you sent it the last time, then I'm fine with it.
I'm fine as well.
I agree, yeah.
I don't have any questions or comments. Not much to think
It is
about.
what it is, yeah. It's,
Done your research and thank you for
single
that.
point vendors are, I mean, I think, Chad, you brought up in an advisory board meeting, I can't wrap my head around paying $6,000 for a telephone, but boy, we sure have to.
Mhm.
I can't wrap my head around it either, some of the equipment, but single point vendors and incredibly complex pieces of equipment, it's just the cost of doing business sometimes. It's unfortunate that we spend that much money, but that is the nature of the beast, so we're not unlike any county in the state.
Just for the record, I'll move that we approve allowing Mr. Wilson the ability and authority to sign the 911 and digital purchases agreement and the maintenance contract pending council funding approval.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, we had the Veteran Service Office emailed the commissioners recently about closing the office Wednesday, May 31st, and being back in the office on Tuesday, June 13th. Have any of you had a chance to consider that, and if you had any thoughts on it? I believe the gist of it is 1 week of that is training and another week is vacation. So on one hand, it kind of stinks that it's closed, but I wouldn't, even if they weren't wanting to do it concurrently, both people that are in the office now are Veteran Service Officer and the assistant. I wouldn't want the assistant in there by themselves anyway. So even if the argument, my first thought was, well, just one of you go and the other one will keep it open, but I'm not comfortable with that either, the assistant running the place just yet, so.
What dates?
31st of May through back in the office on Tuesday, June 13th. So, I mean, it sounds fine to me. I would approve doing it. I just wanted to see what the two of you had any thoughts.
Yeah, I'm fine with you. Next year, this time, maybe,
Just
Sure.
since it's probably not quite ready yet.
probably, best to just close it this time.
Okay. So let's just, I'll move that we allow the office to be closed Wednesday, May 31st, and allow them to reopen on Tuesday, June 13th.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, Hayesville Summerfest,
Services.
Hayesville Summerfest road closure, I don't see Mr. Kramer, I still don't. Did he send us something, or is he going to appear in person?
I did not put it on the thing, so I can't tell you that.
So he comes in every year, I don't know if you remember who he is, Mr. Gray, something like that.
Oh,
And
nothing changed.
I would say that if he was here in person, I'd say next year, you just let us know and we'll probably approve as long as you keep doing the same thing you've always done.
Same road curl.
Yep, same road
nothing's
closed.
changed.
I still gotta get it.
We need the form.
I
Mr.
didn't-
Berg, has he talked to you this year, or do they talk to you?
I
any about
don't
those?
recall this year yet, no.
Do they put do you provide them with anything, you put those barriers there, right?
There's a phone number on here, when we try to call
It's usually Park Street.
So you put what, 2 barriers on the north end and south end, keep them out of the middle part?
Yeah, I think they
Get one
close
more
it,
minute, we'll just see if we
they
can.
close it just past the dumpster site, so that traffic is still there, but everything else is closed off.
I will say that I did get a call from a guy who owns some property along Highway 231 North. He said that he he has some property there that he would like to eventually develop and put some homes on it. Duplexes, something along those lines. So he said he fully supports the sewer project and he hopes that he could sign up.
Oh, wow.
Whenever that happens, he said, if you need me to say something publicly or do something, so just wanted to bring that up.
Check on.
Sure. Because I know that, like the Ophir's place there, where the two buildings are that are rented out, when those were sold originally, part of the reason that the value of that property was low as it was is because you couldn't put, without spending a lot of money, you couldn't put septic out there because it's low and the water sits and there's just nowhere to go with it. So I think a lot of that land could potentially be developed.
The county auditor, I had you scheduled with the commissioner meeting at 8:45 this morning, and I was just confirming or checking that you were gonna be attending. If you'd like, you can call back into the auditor's office, or I can talk to you later. Thank you. I don't know, I'm not supposed to tell him.
Do we just want to go ahead and approve it pending the documents?
I think we do. You want to make the first this time?
That's all right, I'll let you do it.
All right, we don't want to mess up the rhythm, right? I'll move that we allow Mr. Kramer and the Hazel Summerfest to have the road closure pending completion of paperwork and coordination with the highway department.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right, here's another miscellaneous. I don't think it's on the agenda. Talked to Christine Pryor last week she's president of the park board. And they think they've been doing interviews to replace Bob Greth when he retires later this year after the fest. And if you don't know the history, or even if you for just state it for the record, that there's a home on the property,
Yes.
and Bob and his family have lived there for a long time. So part of his compensation was he gets a paycheck and he gets to live there. It was a good deal for him and a good deal for us because we have somebody on site pretty often. And that was nice. So one of the people that during interviews that they think may be a quality candidate that they may want to hire doesn't have a need for the home. So he's saying, I think they just built a home somewhere in the county recently, so they're like, oh, we don't really want to give up a brand new home for this job, but he would like to be compensated for the difference, you know? So what is a house rental worth in that kind of area? I don't know, is it worth $500 a month? Is it worth $1,500 a month? I'm not sure, but I think they may come to us, and our role in it will be part of if we want to change the salary ordinance, or we want to discuss or allow that or not allow that. On the other end of it, I guess the 4-H council could rent the property out, to someone else.
No.
So if we pay this guy an extra $15,000 or $5,000, they can rent it and recoup some of that. So the way Bob or that superintendent is paid, the park department pays them, and then we get a reimbursement for a percentage of it from the 4-H people. If you didn't know how that worked, maybe you did. So I believe right now they're a little behind on paying the park people back the leasing process. The 4-H paying, the park for that percentage of it. I mean, I think it's
Kind of thinking in the terms of how nice it was to have someone there 24/7 to kind of keep an eye on things.
a very tough ask of someone.
And the
It is,
person that,
but, if you're providing a home, that's, provide you with a free home to live in, and therefore you kind of have eyes on the property 24/7.
I would guess there's there's rules that employment law that you could say, we'll hire you at this wage, you have to live here. I mean, I'm sure there's positions that require someone to have occupancy at a certain place because that's the need.
I mean, does it work, city police officers have to live in the city?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But that's a little different even than a specific house.
Right.
That'd be like saying, we'll hire you, but you have to live at the station.
Right.
I don't know, I think you know,
Possibility is part of the job description, I guess as far as the compensation, did we pay him or did we pay Mr. Gross, the county?
He
Or
was paid.
did he get a 1099 for fringe for the house?
It's not our house, it's 4-H's house.
Okay, they own the house itself.
I guess kind of.
well,
I don't know.
isn't it that we own everything out there and they
We own the
lease it?
building, but they,
Or is the house not ours?
They own the house.
So they may have made the improvement on it.
okay.
And
I guess
don't know
we're
what
50
they
years
do.
into the, 50 plus years into the agreement, so the home is probably less than 50 years old, so I guess they own the improvement.
I
I
guess
just know they own the
part of
house.
my theory is he got the house for being there 24/7 to kind of keep an eye on the place. So if you don't live there and there's not 24/7, you kind of lose that. You know what I mean? 'Cause
We're getting a benefit.
We're getting a benefit by him living there by having 24/7 eyes on the property. If they don't live there, we don't receive that benefit, so is more pay necessary?
Mhm.
Because we're losing something.
Just wanted to bring up that that's something that may come up. I don't think we're ready for it
Yeah.
quite yet, but I think it's an odd
It
situation.
is, it's different.
But the young man that they're going to hire, he will have an assistant. So I don't know exactly who that will be or anything like that. That might be a possibility. You could put his assistant in it.
So let's say that the leader gets $46,000 and the assistant gets 36, whatever those amounts are. Are we gonna be okay to give the assistant the house? You still get paid the same amount and you get the house?
I mean, that will come up in our next meeting, I know. I mean, it
Definitely
was
gonna be a lot of
discussed.
discussion on this one.
You're what?
I said there's definitely gonna need to be a lot of discussion on this one.
We'll just let you feed it to us when you learn more.
Yeah, Because that will.
Because it really doesn't make a
probably-
difference to me there. What I'd hate to happen is if we got the best candidate and we lose because of the pay. On the other hand though, if we pay, let's say it's $1,500 a month is the value they give of a house. I don't know if that's reasonable or not. And that guy ends up making more money than our other department heads because we give him that value in cash. That might be hard to sell or hard for other departments to swallow. That's what I told Christine.
Well, I think we didn't build that house out there to house someone. I think it was guessing there when we bought the property in Freedom Park. So that might be a question. Was the house always there? Did we offer that as a fringe benefit because it's here? Why not? Or did we build it with the purpose of putting our superintendent in there?
My understanding from the meeting, they've already hired this young man.
Because I don't like the idea of having a rental in the middle of the 4-H either.
And that was my understanding. To find out for sure.
Alright. 8:53, so Jenny Lampert, the Dove House?
She's not gonna be here. She said,
Oh, just this agreement that we had
yeah,
before.
I put her name on it.
Okay.
I put her name on it.
So this is that same agreement we talked about, I guess, 2 meetings ago at this point. And I think everything with it is in line, the money's there for it, and the contract looks like it's in order. So I'll let you guys give any comments on it, or?
I have no comments. I'm ready to move forward.
Okay.
Just one signature page.
I believe so.
Yep.
Yes. I was trying to look at the property tax record card and see when the home was built, but for some
It's
reason.
Not governmental, I'm showing you.
Yeah, it shows exempt, so it's, Doesn't show when the structures were built like it might for other properties. Okay, so just to formalize it, I'll move that we approve signing the services agreement between Du Bois County and the Dove Recovery House for Women Incorporated.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Young, ambulance bid award. Morning, sir.
Morning. So I looked through it, everything looks appropriate. I did have a conversation with Mr. Driscoll about the price. Basically, he said that every distributor that they use has increased their price. And so the price of aluminum, the price of the HVAC system, all the different prices is equivalent to why it's about $50,000 more. So he said that was the best that they could do at this point.
Take it or leave it. If I was the sole bidder, I may say the same.
Yeah.
So do you have a recommendation for the board?
I mean, I don't really think we have much of a choice at this point. I do think making some headway and getting this remount is to see if that works out. I think that's, if we can make that work, I think obviously that's a better option. And maybe, you know, getting on a cycle where we do that every other year. And so that would definitely help reduce the price, but I don't think no matter where you go, I think the prices are increasing, so.
Okay. So what is the name of the bidding company?
ARV,
ARV?
it's American Response Vehicles.
Is there anything else we need to discuss about this? So the only thing we need to do is either approve it or not approve the bid. Is that correct, Mr. Schneider?
That is correct.
I think we need an ambulance. I think if we don't order it now, we're not gonna get any further ahead or any cheaper. Huh?
It won't get here any faster.
Won't get here any faster if we don't purchase it. So maybe the way the economy changes, maybe next time it may be less, but.
I was ready to come back today and tell us it was even more.
Yeah, well, I talked to him, and now it's 10,000 more.
2 weeks.
Not our best negotiator. But, okay, I'll move that we approve the giving the bid, awarding the bid to ARV for the ambulance.
A second.
They've already funded it,
And
but we have to fund the additional
There's additional.
amount
So
at the
they
next council
Just
meeting.
pending the final
pending
funding.
funding.
Okay, I'll still second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. All right, anything else you want to talk about? Still have 2 minutes of your time left. That looks like a no.
Notice. Okay. If we get one from there, we'll get it here.
Toga Valley Healthcare Co-op. Or Coop. I'm not sure.
Or I spelled
Co-op
it.
or Coop?
No, you're right.
I don't know, I come in and talk to Marky often.
Sure.
I'm gonna give you guys this, just so you have a copy, I don't know if you have it, but I know you guys have talked a lot about health insurance lately, and you're looking at brokers and all that, and that's not what Toga Valley is, it's not what we do. You know, we're your network and your network only, so just kind of wanted to go over, we do a yearly we call it a survey, but where everyone who wants to participate, and I think on this year that I'm showing here, this is 2021, we're working now on the 2022 version. I think there's about 17 employers that participate, where they pretty much give us all their costs. What does healthcare cost overall per employee? There's a long survey that they fill out. I can do that if you want to look at where all these numbers come from. And then we come up with these graphs here, and I just thought I'd go over it with Marky. And thought, did you guys have any questions or ever, you know, I as a network, we never talk to you guys. So anyway, with this information, you can see, so on the front cover, this is always kind of a blind thing, because when we give it to employers, they don't know where all the other employers stand. So you can see that employer P is where Du Bois County falls. So the first graph, the first page this is what did healthcare cost per employee, period. What the employer cost paid in, what the employee paid in, And you can see there's a wide range from A to Q. And DuBois County is over here in P. So on the right-hand side, so it shows $21,003. That's what it costs per employee to provide healthcare, okay? I would like to show you that at the bottom, by P, it says 21%. I think that this is important. So that's showing the number of single plans you guys have. So that means only 21% of all your plans are covering just one person, okay? Others are covering spouses, covering families, so those are going to be more expensive. But if you look over to the left, you know, where we have, some of these are a lot less expensive than where you guys are. A lot of those are 54, 57, there's a 38 down there. So you guys are definitely on the, one of you cover the most families than anyone else on here, okay? So my question to Martha was like, do you guys have the working spouse rule? And you do. And then I thought maybe it's grandfathered, you know, and he said, no, it's not grandfathered, you know, that people, if they have an employee that is a spouse that is working, they need to have insurance elsewhere. So, but I also think maybe you guys have, and that'd be a question, you know, I don't know if a lot of people take your insurance secondary, you know, because if the healthcare doesn't cost a lot, then you have a lot of people picking up as secondary. So then you're picking up more cost. You know, someone working at wherever else, that probably isn't the case where they have a bunch of people, you know, taking the healthcare costs as secondary. So that's one reason why your healthcare costs would be more, you know, because you are covering more people. All right. The second page is looking at what does it cost the employer. Okay, so it's taking out the employee costs, taking out what they pay in per pay period, taking in what they pay in co-pays and deductibles and all those things. So there you can see that you guys are P, that was almost $16,000. So so that really jumps up there, I guess. It's even the ones surrounding it. But you know, that also shows that you guys have a really, I would say, rich benefit plan. You know, and that's part of the benefit probably of working at DuBois County is you guys, you know, I would say a lot of the companies or the employers on the right are municipalities, maybe schools and cities and counties, where to the left side are maybe more manufacturers. So do you have a different, you know, employee base? Possibly. Do they utilize healthcare more than the manufacturers? Maybe. So
Can you clarify, so this is more of a true cost?
this is what it costs DuBois County.
Right.
The other one's what did it cost with the employee cost in it, okay? Does that make sense?
So the difference between the two is what the employee pays.
The employee is paying that difference there in deductibles and premiums and co-pays. Yeah. So that's what it costs the county itself as an employer, the second page. And that the third page is just the average, and this is looking at the average of all employers. And you can see there's a trend up, right? 2020 was kind of a weird year, right? There's actually healthcare costs were down because people weren't doing routine things. They weren't, you know, surgeries were canceled, things like that. So it did have a little dip and went back down, went back up. But the column on the left, the purple, is what we were looking on the first page. What does it cost? Total healthcare, and then the red bar is what does it cost the employer, okay, and that's the average. And then the last page is DuBois County specific. So you can see, you know, it trends up the same as everything else. It's not like it's really out of line, it's just, I just think he has a really rich benefit plan, if that makes sense. Any questions on that? You know, I know I looked at it and went over it with Marky. I think, you know, definitely the majority of your healthcare dollars are at Memorial Hospital. That's where the majority of your costs fall. And, you know, at this point, Pawtucket Valley, we have a 58.84% discount there. So essentially you're paying about 41% of every dollar that is billed. So, you know, that really, you are getting the best deal that is out there. You know, Anthem, United, things like that. No one has that good of a discount. So you are getting the best pricing there. We have recently moved to United Healthcare as our RAP network. So that is, you know, if you go see a physician out in Indianapolis or Bloomington or wherever it may be, you're going to see those physicians under the United Healthcare contracted rate instead of Encore. So, and we moved that because we feel it's going to be better discounts at those bigger hospitals. Any questions on that?
You made a mention of 2020, why that would be down a little bit, but what happened in 2018? Because that's, I mean, we went 18.5, I mean, considerable difference.
For you guys specifically?
Yes, last,
Yeah, yeah, it did have a dip. I don't know why that would be. That would be, you know, very, and I'm sure you guys have always a couple of cases that are driving up costs. You know, we don't have access to that information. I don't get claims, things like that, that you very likely have maybe that year for some reason. You know, there weren't a couple of cancer cases that you typically have. It could be just a couple of cases that can give you a balance like that.
It would be the large claims.
nothing we did, nothing we could do, just the luck of the healthcare will, right,
I mean, to some extent, you can control large claims, but that's an investment, that's a long-term investment. Is there anything you could have done in 2018 to curb those? No. Could you have stopped the premium last year? No. I mean, so.
Is there any way for us to figure what our cost is on people taking the secondary insurance or taking us as secondary?
Yeah, we can pull that. You can run claims that we pay a secondary payer.
That'd be interesting to know.
And that's some of the claim design stuff that I have known with Mark, we were talking about. I mean, there is some different stuff that we can do. You know, I mean, there is some things we can remove the spouse as long as they have insurance covered, offered to them at the other employer. That's all stuff that.
I know it's always bothered me that if somebody's on a high deductible plan and ours is low deductible, we will actually pay first because the deductible is lower here.
Correct.
And then when we meet their deductible, then they pay, and then we pick up after again. So,
And with, you know, deductibles that low, and if the premiums are that low, why wouldn't an employee take it? You know what I mean?
right.
And so I think that has to be kind of why you guys fall so far to the right in a lot of that. I know that some employers do, some of the big manufacturers do audits, I guess, to make sure, like, you know, are people really, do they have a spouse and are they really on the other insurance policy? I don't know. That's probably not a thing that everyone does, but I think that when I hear of employers doing audits, they usually find cases like there are people, and the risk of that would be, and Mark would know a lot more about this, is that like, when you're, just like reinsurance, you know, if they find out, right, that could be a problem. If there is a large case and they should have been on another plan, then that could be, you know, cause for reinsurance not to want to pay those claims or something like that. So, you know, I think that we ought to need to be sure that people really are taking insurance, if there are other.
so what do we do currently? Isn't it once a year we fill out a form saying I promise this is what the truth is?
Yeah, the coordination benefits, yes.
So,
To check that, there are outside companies that we use to audit those, that pull their tax returns to see who they're claiming as dependents. I mean, there are companies that do that. I don't have a lot of governmental clients that use it, but we have a lot of manufacturing clients that audit. So I would suggest the first thing, because that's not necessarily an inexpensive proposition. We might want to look at the claims. The only thing I would think though, Nick, is if somebody had access to other coverage and didn't take it, then your plan's gonna see them as primary. And we're gonna pull claims that we're only paying as secondary. There's still a gap there that could exist if somebody's not telling the truth on there.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, for example, we currently do this. Unified will identify a high claim and they will follow up with us to say, hey, we need to check secondary insurances, and that's something the employee has to go through with Unified. So in a sense, especially on large claims, it is happening.
Yeah, we do
We used to fill out a form, and then if they, like, say your wife has it, she had to send us a letter saying she didn't have it, she didn't take her coverage. So we used to do all that. I don't know if we do that anymore or not.
you mean proof from the employer?
If you say, I'm gonna use Mark as an example, his wife has insurance, but she doesn't take it. Or vice versa, she doesn't have it, then she'd have to give us, her employer would have to give us a letter saying she's not covered because she doesn't meet this.
But what if she just said she wasn't employed, but she was?
Well, then we wouldn't cover her.
And that's where the audit companies come into play and check.
What was that question? If she was actually employed and tells us she wasn't?
Right. I'm not saying that happens, but it happens.
Well, some companies don't provide insurance.
Some companies don't, you're right.
You know, I'm gonna do like smaller doctor's offices, they don't provide it, whatever, and spouses work there, they don't have access.
And a lot of times they want to work there because they don't want to take, they don't want a small doctor's office to provide benefits because they have much better benefits than their
But
spouses.
what that doctor would do then is send us a letter saying, I don't provide insurance, blah, blah, blah. So then we would cover.
What is it? Marky, you'd know better, like, does everyone offer secondary insurance or not? Is that always an option or no?
It's hardly ever an option.
Right.
Anymore, it used to be, but
Right.
not anymore.
I think it'd be interesting to maybe see like what percent, like how I see that you have 21% of single plans, like what is your secondary? How many people take it as secondary? You know what I mean?
A fair number.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, something, no, next year, that's part of my game plan anyway, regardless of the broker situation. Right now, we're a 3-tier one plan, 3-tier meaning employee only, employee plus one, family. So next year, my proposal would be employee, employee children, employee spouse, family. We'll do a 4-tier as well as having a 2-plan situation rather than just a 1 plan, so. That's the other thing, very few are structured the way we're structured with 3-tier. Most people are at least at 4-tier.
And most people have high deductible plans anymore too, at least as an option. And a lot of them only have high deductible plans too,
But if your premium's so low, having it here,
right? Why would you take it?
why would you take that?
Your benefits are just very rich, so it's a reason to work here at DuBois County. So you can look at it as one way, like, maybe we don't pay as much, but we've got really good benefits, you know what I mean? Then you're just okay with how your healthcare costs are. But if you're looking at healthcare costs and why are they out of line, I think that's your answer, it's because your benefits are really rich, and that's part of, how the plan is designed. Because I would say like, I don't feel that when you look at these, employers way to the left, that they have poor benefits. They just have high deductible plans, and then, those first $5,000 or whatever it may be are falling to the employee, but then anytime something major happens, then it falls to the
So
employee.
if we would think about a high deductible plan, then you're talking about like having an HSA account set
You
up
have
for your
the
employees, which
benefit
we
where
don't
you can
have
do that. Yeah.
currently. So then you have to put money into their HSA account.
You don't have to, but you could. They could always too, you know what I
What we
mean?
do with other employers is HSA contributions by the employer are based on the employee's participation in certain wellness initiatives. So it's not just given to them, it's something they have to earn. Alyssa, I'm curious, does your numbers include spec reimbursements or is this just gross numbers?
It has spec reimbursements in it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And I can give you,
Yeah.
I can give you one, I don't know if you guys can see it. But yeah, pretty much the TPAs fill this out, they have all the information, they're paying all your bills, so they do this and then great staff, works as magic and puts these together.
The interesting thing would be to put our pay and our benefits side by side and say, where do we rank pay-wise and where do we rank benefit-wise? So, we're way over here on the benefit side. So I would say we probably want to be over here farther on the pay side. But if we're over here on both of those, that's
Now, keep in mind, that the only thing I would challenge on that is when we looked at your claims utilization, 80% of your people aren't driving your costs.
right.
So if you affect 100% of them by the pay, it's really a plan design issue that you have more than, because it's your large claimants that are driving your cost up.
Gotcha.
And as we said last year, you had $1.7 million in claims out of 16 or 17.
So I guess maybe before you compare that number, you pull those large plans out.
Yeah, I think you actually did a report here 2 or 3 weeks ago. And minus the big claimants, is for the last few years. It's been running really.
And I would say most employers are like that 80-20 rule, right? Like, you guys aren't an anomaly with that, you know what I mean? That's how most employers are. It's
The thing that's happened here is that our large claimant population it's multiplying significantly year over year. I think we showed like 3 years ago, we were at 8 people. This year we were almost at double, well, we were a little bit more than double that in our large claimant population. So some of that's just happens, it's cyclical. Some of it is just your population doesn't turn over very much, so people tend to age here, and that causes, the older the population, the higher the cost of care. Just the way that it is.
And we also have a aging population that is in our current employee staff that a lot of manufacturing doesn't have. You know, manufacturing typically ain't gonna have a 64, 65-year-old out there on the plant floor. I'm not saying it don't happen, it does, but for the most part it doesn't. Here, we have several older population that still currently work full-time, so.
Any other, if you guys ever have questions when you review it, you can always call and I'll be open to talk. Okay, yes.
I think the most interesting thing to me is that secondary.
There you go.
Yeah.
No problem.
Start.
I think we talked about now a few things.
Anybody need to address?
Wasn't too bad. It was most of the way last night and made it to New Albany there. Not too bad. Come out here enough now, so. You guys are about out of the worst of the road season stuff. Got all the snow down now. And then we got bad rain last week. One of the landowners called and said there are some issues over there that I'm gonna go look at today, so. Lionel, you talked to him? Lionel. He's over next to Washite off of Birchville there. Getting a washout with one of those ponds, but he's not in the permit, so I don't know. Gotta go there. Once we fix the pond, his issues will be fixed, but gotta figure out what's going on right now. And hey, what do you think? What you guys too much rain last week or a couple weeks ago? Yeah, he was having some issues. I'm not sure we can fix that until you get, I mean, you can't go on your property and fix it. You gotta actually fix what's causing it all, or it'll just keep washing out. So they gotta slow down that water through there, so.
I got this one, that'll be on the line, so.
Yeah. So it's one of those ponds, it's right off, it's not, it's hard, but like further back, there's a pond, there's a constructed like discharge pond, and my guess is the water, it's been raised that much, it's coming out too fast.
So maybe it is thinking.
We'll get there,
I called them that.
We called Thursday, so hopefully that's good, they're
Okay.
trying to document it's done, so I'll start work, so.
So they're close.
Hey, I thought we were close.
Okay.
In case they don't forward it to you.
Okay, thank you.
We redid some maps, and some elevation issues. So, we're good there, but. Just realized I got, Julia was reaching out last week.
She has anything since that meeting?
That's what I'm asking.
I didn't even bring it up because I don't care.
Yeah, I get back to, I just forgot to call her, but, gotta get back to
Sweet.
the the next place typically, and those have to see where the survey lines are. So I think and then they finished the survey last week. So I was gonna get a drive out there after this, see what it looks like, out there. So gotta find stuff to find on it. So it's probably the last big piece. So I don't know. It seems like we should be getting close.
I guess
They've been out there. I was out 2 or 3 weeks ago. They had started working it. A lot of that, they were supposed to be out there. They haven't been out there, but they look like they're cleaning up the general site. And those stuff on it. For those hoppers and
All right, let's continue the meeting here.
stuff.
Next up, we have health insurance fixed cost report. Mark Schreck. Good morning.
Gonna be insurance out this morning. Good morning. How's everybody?
Good morning.
On Monday. Yeah, sorry.
I don't have to use my phone version, that's what I was pulling up.
Oh.
Look at this. So one of the things after he gave this to us last time, I said, I'd like to know a little more about this fixed cost part. I'm looking at it, I don't really remember what the difference is between a claims, admin fee versus network fee versus all these different things. So I think part of what you're doing today is gonna go over that a little bit, and then whatever else you got.
So first page is this is your current contract year. This is 11/1 of 22 through 10/31 of 23. What we do is we take all of what we call your fixed costs, your projected claims costs, and that determines what your monthly equivalent rates are. Monthly equivalent rates don't really mean much to you, except that is what we base our COBRA rates off of for someone that would leave and elect COBRA coverage. In the middle of the page, your fixed cost breaks down how your fixed costs are structured. So today, you are paying Unified $20 per employee per month to receive and process your claims. You're paying Patoka Valley $9.05 for the network access fee to be able to use the Patoka Valley discounts. The next thing on there are your single specific stop loss. So you're paying your reinsurer $108.67 per employee per month for everybody that carries single coverage. And for anybody that carries family coverage, you're paying $326.84 per employee per month. Now,
I'm trying to write all that down, so can you said again, for single coverage, I got that, so who is this going to and what are we getting?
so this is the coverage that you buy that this is what we call your specific coverage. And this is for anybody that would have a claim larger than $80,000. So you guys are responsible for the first $80,000 of claims on any covered individual. If a person has over $80,000 in claims, then the reinsurer picks up dollar for dollar any claim over $80,000. And that's what these two numbers are for.
And who is that?
I'm sorry.
Who's the provider?
Your provider this year was Crum & Forster. Crum & Forster is
Now,
your,
we pay this and then they reimburse us
yes,
over 80,000.
yes. So keep in mind, when we looked one of the last times I was down and we went through your annual report, you paid about $600,000 in premiums right here, and you received back about $500,000 in claims that were above $80,000. So when you're looking at this is your cost, but anybody that goes over spec, you get dollar for dollar back. So we can adjust this, like for example, if you guys said we don't want to pay as much premium, then we raise the spec level to maybe 90,000 or 100,000. But then that means that you're responsible for the first 90 or 100,000 of claims instead of the first 80,000 of claims. So there's different things that you can do to manipulate how you're paying, what your fixed costs are versus what your variable costs are. Given the county's history of large claimants, I would think raising right now is probably not raising your spec deductible now is probably not gonna pay off that much. But if you were a really healthy group that we didn't see large claimants in, then we might wanna raise the spec deductible up and lower our fixed costs. So there's some play there that you can manipulate.
For family, does that include our +1 and or up to +10?
Yep.
And the 326 is just a figure that they averaged kind of to cover both ends of that.
They look at what they need from a premium standpoint to write the case, and then they look at how many individuals and how many families, and then they just, it's a math equation.
Okay.
The next number on there is your aggregate fee. So that is $6.36. This doesn't care whether you have single coverage or family coverage. Your aggregate is the maximum amount of claims that the county will pay in any given year. So we take everybody's claims and we aggregate them together, and we buy a second tier of stop loss in case we were to go over our maximum claims liability. Does that make sense? So if your maximum claims liability is $1 million and you spend $1.1 million next year, then you're gonna get $100,000 back from your reinsurer at the end of the year.
How often do they pay?
Aggregate claims? Used to hardly ever. I mean, used to hardly, I would say the first 25 years of my career, I may have had 3 aggregate claims. I probably have 5 to 6 a year now because of specialty drugs. And
But that's where we are, we haven't had a claim against that.
you haven't had, last year you were 3% away from having a claim against it. You got really close to it, but you have not been over at Chattanooga.
That's kind of like our catastrophic coverage.
Correct. The next one is the Gallagher fee, what we call the GBS fee. So you're paying us to manage your plan, $3,750 a month. Then you have your transplant coverage fee. So for single, again, that's $4.77 per employee per month. And for all families, that is $10.91 for anybody carrying family coverage. Transplant, so what that does is, if somebody were to have a transplant, whether that be a bone marrow transplant, a heart, a kidney, whatever that is, this is a fully insured contract that sets above your regular contract. So it takes 100% of the claims for a transplant out of the county's responsibility. So it's a fully insured contract, meaning that the insurance company would pay first dollar for that transplant. You guys pay nothing on that. And because of the cost of transplants, we typically include it on groups this size because a bone marrow transplant right now is about 625 grand a year. So it makes sense. Even if we did the numbers, even if you guys had a transplant once every 3 years, this would still pay for itself. So, knock on wood, you have not had a transplant at this point, but. And then the last fixed cost on there is $2.30. So $1.30 of that goes to Unified. Well, both of these, the whole $2.30 go to Unified. $1.30 of that is your COBRA administration for Unified to administer the COBRA situation, and then $1 of that is your government reporting. So you're required under the transparency regs of the Consolidated Appropriations Act to publish on your website your loss ratios for your health plans, and that $1 per employee per month is what Unified charges to maintain that database and keep your public-facing website compliant. Then the next is just your stop loss coverage. So again, you have an $80,000 specific deductible. You have a $30,000 what we call aggregating specific deductible. So an aggregating specific deductible says that if I go over my $80,000, then before the reinsurer company pays, somebody has to fill another $30,000. So you have two levels of spec deductibles. You have your spec and then you have your aggregating spec. An aggregating spec is a dollar for dollar credit against your fixed, or against your spec premiums. So if we were to remove that $30,000 aggregating spec, your premiums, which are the $9 or the $108.67 and the $326.84, would go up by $30,000 a year across all of your population. So it does make sense to have it. It's a little bit of a gamble, but it's a dollar for dollar credit against your premium structure. And then the next line is your laser amounts. So laser means that you have 2 people within your population this year that were lasered. These are people with significant medical conditions that we know are going to go above the $80,000 spec deductible. So those are what we call lasered out of the group, and they are assigned a specific deductible that may be different based on their medical conditions, okay? Your claims corridor is 125%, meaning that we set your loss ratios, expected loss ratios at 125%. We could buy that down to 110, 115 if we wanted to pay more premiums. Standard in the industry is 125%, that's why we have that, but you could buy that down. You can't go above 125%. And then the next is just your attachment factors, which these are your maximum claims cost. So if you annualize that single cost, $592, say it's $600, the maximum claims you're going to spend on any single individual in a year is that times 12. So $7,200, or no. Yeah. And that goes into calculating your aggregate. And that's the number that your ag premium is attached to. Does that make sense?
So there's some number up above that, no matter if it's a single claimant or a combination where the county isn't gonna pay, let's say that number is $100, we're not paying any more than $100, no matter how it's built, right? And that's one of these numbers. And then this one on the bottom would be worst case scenario if everyone got sick, or if everyone cost us the most they could, right? That's what you're saying?
The 592 and the 1641, those are your claims cost, not including all your fixed costs. The numbers at the top, the 956.59, the 1798.74, those are your maximum cost, including claims plus fixed costs. Does that make sense? The bottom number is just claims cost. The top number is claims plus fixed costs. Any questions? Do you want to look at the second page, or do you want to, is this what you wanted?
Well, that's what I was interested in. I don't know about the other commissioner.
Happy to talk through. Page 3, I'll just mention, does show your laser amounts. So again, you had 2 employees that were lasered, or 2 members that were lasered. They could be spouses. You'll see what their lasered amount is, and you'll see the amount of claims that we have coming in through the end of February. So the laser number 1, we have so far in-house processed $79,800 of claims. And on the conditional one on number 2, so far in-house, we have $103,923 of claims in-house and processed. You have right now about $450,000 of claims that are still pending. So those are, both are large claimants. One is a cancer, one is a heart disease, and those claims will be coming through before long. But just so you know, those are in-house, not not released yet. So what happens when we get a large claim in is we audit that claim. So we look at the individual charges by line item on that bill to make sure we're not getting billed for duplicate meds, procedure codes match the diagnosis, those sorts of things. And it takes a while to scrub a large claim like that. So that's why they're pending. Page 2 just kind of shows your year over year. So for the first 4 months of the plan year, if you look over there about 3/4 of the way across the page towards the right, you're running about 96.7% of your attachment point for the first 4 months of this plan year. If you compare that to where you were last year for the first 4 months, you were running, oh, that's not true, these are not averaged. So you're running about 93.5% as an average for the first 4 months. Last year, you ran as an average for the entire plan year about 90.8% under your loss ratio balance. So right now, we're running about $1,571 per employee per month, all in. Last year, you were at $1,475.15 per employee per month.
Look at page 4, quickly. The maximum claims, so let's just look at no. Let's try.
So, okay, on page 4, if you look at the maximum claims column, so you'll see, let's just take February of 23. We have 214 members covered as of February of 23. What this report doesn't show you is how many of that 214 are singles and how many of those 214 are families.
Mm-hmm.
So what we would do is we would say, okay, let's say 100 of those is singles. So you take 100 times your 592.31 number on the first page, plus 114 of your family number, 1641, and that equals your maximum claims over there, which would be, so on an average, that's 1366.78, or 292,490 is your maximum claims cost for the month of February. Because your enrollment fluctuates, your attachment point or your maximum claims liability fluctuates as well with your enrollment.
So where it says maximum in the 1, 2, 3, 4th column and the 6th column is higher than that, that's just saying that if everything went over what our maximum is at the end of the year, we'd be in a reimbursement because we're over our max.
Correct. This is your aggregate report that shows how your plan is running against your maximum liability.
And at the end of the year, if we end up at 100.01, then we'd have some money coming back from somewhere. And if it's at 93, then we didn't meet our max.
Correct.
Got it. Mark, you have any questions?
No.
Any commissioners' questions?
Nope, I don't know.
Okay.
Auditor? Wow,
Thank you.
thank you. Shamrock Mine Reclamation, Michael Costello. Hello.
Hey, how are you folks?
Okay.
So I'm Michael Costello, work with, consultant working with insurance companies to try to get Shamrock and Billings mines reclaimed following the White Stallion bankruptcy. So I've been working with Steve Berg on the road department, and he asked for me to come in here and talk about kind of what the plans are for the roads and where we think we're headed on kind of a time frame basis. So at least right now, where we're at is we just had a legal meeting last week on Thursday between the insurance company, who's Indemnity National Insurance Company, and DNR and their lawyers, which has been kind of the sticking point. It took us, there's roughly, I don't know how much you know about the situation, but White Stallion went bankrupt, and there's about $6.5 million to $7 million between reclamation bonds and road bonds to put the Shamrock mine back. The way the mine was designed, there's not nearly enough money to go to the original mine plan and put all the dirt back in the pits. So we spent the better part of a year trying to figure out the engineering to how to use the money that's available to put as much dirt back as possible, with the roads being kind of the additional consideration, including Portersville. So where we came up with was that the water level, excuse me, is going to rise up to the level where it's going to complete a lot of the reclamation as well as the landowners are on board that the pits are going to be left there. In all honesty, they probably don't have a lot of choice because there's not enough money to put it back, and the state doesn't have enough money. It'd be $30+ million to fill those pits in, from just a pure yardage standpoint on taking that dirt and hauling it from the one end of the mine back to the other end of the mine, because they plan to snake back, and we're going to push that dirt back in to put it in trucks and lift it up and haul it all down there is prohibitively expensive. So we started with the plan of trying to leave the pits where they are, working with the landowners that have pits on their property to design them in a way that they're functional and put back as much land around them as possible. That plan took the better part of a year. We think we are pretty good on that plan right now. We submitted what we think is the kind of high-level engineering on it to DNR in January, and they've been reviewing. They asked for some additional maps that we got put together last week. We'll deliver those this week, and now it's kind of going into the lawyer's phase for them to figure out the documents that need to go around this. As part of that process, so the plan is to leave the pit that's on the, west side of 750, north side of 580, and grade that off around there and try to put as much land back on that property there, and the Harper property on the north end of that pit. And then leave the pits on the north end along Portersville Road are going to have to stay in. But we are going to, as it relates to Du Bois County, the road department, support Portersville Road. We have a plan built into the reclamation bonds, and reclamation kind of aim to avoid the county spending money to put a support wall that sits back on Portersville using the concrete blocks that are out there and then riprap to support Portersville. So as the water level comes up, it doesn't wash out that road.
You're talking on the north side?
On the north side, right south of Portersville, right to just the east of where 750 used to come through. There's that little nubbin of the road that's left that you can pull in on, and they have gravel there. You've got bench rock down there just above the water level now that is solid, that's below the subsoil. We're going to use that platform, we're going to clear it off, and we're going to back stack those concrete blocks you see out there. They're like 3x2 blocks to create kind of a horseshoe, and we're going to back stack riprap against it. Because we saw the counties, so let's take a step back. The road bonds are very specific on how they work for insurance. They only cover exactly what is set out in there, the way they're written. The insurance company is forced to contest if you try to take road bond money and apply it to something else. And there was never a road bond for Portersville because Portersville was never supposed to, be intersected by the mine pit, and that mine pit was never supposed to be cut that close to Portersville. So we saw the estimates that Steve and his department came up with of millions of dollars that the county was going to have to spend. I told Steve we didn't want the county to have to spend that. We know it's a huge part of your budget. So what we tried to do was use the reclamation money and build in the support structures where possible into the reclamation bonds. Because if it's part of mine reclamation, I can spend the money out there. Whereas if it goes under a road bond, it has to be the specific item that was outlined in the contract. And so we built the Portersville support into the mine pit reclamation. So we'll be covering that out of the $6 million that's there, but that's a big chunk of money that that's where it took us a year of engineering to kind of figure out how to allocate the money around in the different parts of the project to get it all done. So part of the Portersville Road will come over the mine reclamation. Our plan is to put 700 back through all the way. 700 right now on kind of the latest aerial flights, right before it gets to Portersville is below the high water marks. We're going to have to build that road up a little bit higher through there, and then we'll put the gravel back in that's there. And then the section of it's not 700, it's technically a mine road south of 580. We're trying to figure out exactly what we're doing with that with the farmers that own that land. That's going to be more of a specific land question because it's not a county road, but it connects into the county road right through there. And we think we can kind of work through some of that to tie it in if they want it. So it's going to be more of a specific landowner question. 750 currently dead ends right into the mine pit. We talked to John Jackal about whether he wants us to angle 750 back across his property. The only way we can get in is to kind of dogleg that to the northwest. He doesn't want it to go through his crop field. So what we've been talking about is putting a turnaround in there so the farmers can access their property through there to turn around without cutting off all the Jackal property, because he's lost so much farmland already to where that mine part is. And then 580 doesn't have a road bond, but will be supported. The way that mine pit will be sloped, where 580 and 700, or I'm sorry, it's 800 right there, tie in.
Can you slow down for me on that? 750 west, is that, I mean, that's kind of what we talked about before, isn't it? So what is it, just a big circle? Like a what?
Just be a cul-de-sac for the
Yep.
traffic to turn around.
We're gonna gravel it, we'll make it look nice, put it in, but we wanna make sure the farmers can get down there and access their property and still turn around, but won't tie that back into Portersville.
On the west side of 750, what's gonna happen there? And that, so the northwest portion right there, right where that turnaround would be.
So 700 will get put back, so
Right.
that'll tie in, Portersville will come across, and then there'll be nothing tying 750 in there. To get on 750, you'll have to go down to 800, come back around and come up on 580. And there'll be a turnaround somewhere on the Eck property, I think, and we're gonna have to work that out. I'm trying to find Don Eck. I've talked to Jim Eck. Don Eck has not been home, so we're trying to find him right now.
Can I inquire about the turnaround?
Yep.
So the cul-de-sac, are you building that to like what size as far as emergency vehicles, tractors?
I forget, I think we had it built in for a tractor. I think we had it built to utility scale. We would do a lot of work with the utilities in other states. And I think we had it built that big enough for utility scale, which is whatever their trucks are to turn around, which are the big ones. I think is what we put in the bid for the insurance company, but I have to double check that. But we can confirm with Steve, the roads, the way we've done this, and again, this has been just chaos because this mine just got dumped. And so we were not like, I didn't even start looking at this till after the bankruptcy had started, and we've been kind of piecing together. I want to get the DNR reclamation plan finalized first, because that allocates the majority of the money, and then we have the leftover road money to kind of put the pieces together on the rest of it. And so I owe Steve a scope of work for each road that you can review once we put together that. I think Steve and I generally know what needs to be in there, but until I have a locked-in plan with DNR, I don't want to say, we're doing this, and this on the road stuff, and then find out that we can't cover something, we could have used the road bond for it, and then it doesn't get done. And so one of the things Steve has also talked about is that the county doesn't want to maintain 50-foot wide roads, because that's what they're set up for, is haul roads, that we'd like to take it down to 25 feet. I'm trying to do that in the reclamation plan. So we're talking about taking that gravel, folding it in, creating a kind of natural road that discharges the water off into the sides, and then taking any of the extra gravel and use it to raise up the 700 down near Portersville. And so all of that will hopefully come in on the reclamation chunk of money. But until we get that all pieced together, I don't want to commit to that we're going to fold the roads in and do all that until we know that we've got improvement on the reclamation side.
Okay.
Because technically roads don't go back on the reclamation plans the way SMACRA works, like the mine regs. The roads are supposed to have their own independent kind of bonding, which you do, but probably not enough to do all the work is what we're struggling with. And then you have some cash bonds that are left over from the bankruptcy that the bankruptcy will probably ask for back because they relate to roads that weren't impacted. And so I've got this balancing act that you actually probably have enough money, we just can't use some of that money. And so I'm trying to use the reclamation money without getting my hand slapped by the insurance company for doing work that's not technically within the scope of reclamation. I have a lot more flexibility under a general reclamation plan to do some additional work around the edges than I do under a very discrete road bond that says it is for this 300-foot section of 750. Because if I don't take that money and put it on the 300-foot section of 750, the insurance company won't pay for it. Whereas the general reclamation plan, it's such a big plan that covers so many parts of that area, I can kind of fold in stuff when my guys are out here and we can put it in. So that's why we're working on the reclamation piece first. And then we're going to go and fine tune what the road says, even though I think Steve and I know what needs to be done on the roads. We're just trying to figure out where to pay for it. So that's big picture kind of what we're working on and what the timing issue is on why we're waiting for DNR to get their documents and legal contracts set first, and then we'll go to the county piece, even though we're budgeting the county piece at the same time.
Okay.
So,
Two things. So Steve, isn't part of the bonding or some of the money that we had was nothing really to do with this area, right? Didn't we say, we'll let you cut through here, and they said, we're gonna give you something on the road? I don't remember the road.
Yeah, some of that was in exchange for mining through the road.
Right, so then where are we at with, I mean, we're at a loss there too, aren't we?
Well, yeah, we're at a loss there, and I think that's where it's not so much Michael's issue as it is, I think, the bankruptcy, because one of those cash bonds is being held because they didn't pay the full balance of that agreement on 750. So,
and so they're going to come in and just a heads up, I don't represent the bankruptcy estate. I would expect them, when we finish kind of doing our piece, they're going to look at what we're doing work on the insurance side, and they're going to come back and ask for their cash back, the bankruptcy estate. You can fight with them on it or not, but be prepared that if you don't have an itemized application of how that cash is being used under a road contract, or if that cash related to a road that didn't get impacted, they're probably gonna ask for it back. They may not win, you may fight them. Be prepared on the county level. I've been through enough of these with this group of people that represent the bankruptcy estate that they're looking for every little bit of cash, because there was not a ton of cash in the company when they took on the restructuring charge. So, it may only be 300, 400, 500 grand or something like that on what you're holding for cash, or maybe less, 200, 300 something. You have a couple $200,000 cash bonds.
well, we've got one $80,000 bond, and then I think another one about 170 some.
They'll probably ask for that back if you can't show documentation around application under the contract. So just be prepared. I've told Steve, make sure you're documenting stuff. It's something that comes up a lot in these. They may never show up, but they typically do kind of a final audit before they get their plan approved in bankruptcy, and usually come back, start asking for cash anywhere they cash up, utilities, things like that. So you may get some questions about that. It doesn't relate to what specifically we're working on, but it does overlap with a lot of the work we're doing or trying to figure out how to get done.
So I don't think I'm following you on the bond situation. So let's say that 750 West, is that one of them that we have bonded?
So you have, the mine had three, let's break it down into three kind of pots of bonds.
Okay.
You got the reclamation bonds, which is to perform mine reclamation under the Surface Mine Control and Reclamation Act within the permit boundary. And that is for the impacts of mining, and doesn't typically cover roads, which are our count. You've got road bonds that were issued by the surety to put certain roads back. And Steve, your lawyers have like a whole itemized breakout of these that they filed in bankruptcy court. Those relate to specific contracts. So there'll be a contract for 750, be 1,000 feet of 750 is being impacted. Here's a $200,000 bond to put it back, and if they put the road back, they get their $200,000 back, or they can forfeit the bond and you can put the road back. It's how it works.
Okay, so with that, I just want to keep on this point. You're saying that, well, we don't want to use that money because this other money is more flexible. I guess what I'm not saying is, why wouldn't we milk every penny we could out of the bond and then use whatever's left for the reclamation if it's not there? Are you saying that we're not going to try to use the bond?
We'll come back to that in 1 second. Your third pot of money is you have cash, they're called cash bonds up for other roads. So you've got the surety bonds up, and then you've got cash that was put up. What I'm saying is, the way insurance works, taking a mine site and having $6 million against it, I have lots of work that needs to be done. So I can go in and say, hey, look, part of this is the county wants their road taken from 50 feet to 25 feet. I can probably make that work on a reclamation bond. If your road contract for the bond that is on the road doesn't specifically say that the work to be done is to take the road from 50 feet to 25 feet, the insurance company won't pay for it. So when you ask for that money, they'll say no. And if you tell them you want to call the bond, they're going to say, no, we want to do the work. The only work that it says we have to do is do this, and it's already done. And so the road bonds are very discreet they're subject to much more scrutiny because it will say the only obligation we have is to put this intersection back. You can't take that money and use it somewhere else. They won't pay for it. So it's like a very discreet insurance contract, and so the road bonds are much more difficult. Like, if it's applicable to a section of road, we'll use it on that section of road. But you have a lot more work out there that is not covered by bonds that needs to be done, and I'm trying to cover that under reclamation.
Will they,
Oh, okay.
so will the insurance company or the bond holding company, I don't know what you call it, will they look at a project like the 50 to 25 foot road section and say,
You can work with the high.
you've got a bond that's
and you can work with
$100,
the highway department.
it looks to us like there's $120 worth of work, so we give it to the county and then we're clear? Or can they say, we can do the work and we don't have to give you anything, as long as they can bring the work to spec?
They ask us to tell them what to do. So they'll say, on this very discrete section, can you put the road back to what the bond says for less than the $200,000 that's up? And we'll say, no, it's a $300,000 project. We'll give it to the county. Or yes, we can do it for $100,000 and you'll get your bond back. They'll ask us when we're in the field to help them determine that. The problem with the insurance on the road bonds is, so the insurance companies have reinsurance on their insurance, which you guys heard about in your healthcare too. They don't get their reinsurance money if it's not covered exactly. You know, if they make a claim under reinsurance for the whole project and they didn't cover what was written, they don't get reinsurance on it. So they're not trying to be difficult. They're very linear on the road stuff, where it's like, we're not paying for 800 if this bond says it's for 700, and 700 was never disturbed, so therefore we can't pay for it. Whereas the reclamation is a little bit more flexible, because I'll be out there for 3 years working, taking 1 week and folding in a road doesn't move the needle on the whole project. So that's where, like, even though you have a lot of money, I can't use it on Portersville for the road bonds because there's not a road bond rating for Portersville. So that's what I'm trying to build into the reclamation.
So with Portersville continuing to sink, that northern inch off the side, that would have to come out of the reclamation bonds. There's no road bonds there.
Yes.
Because reclamation bonds are supposed to make us whole at the end of the project.
And the reclamation bonds were supposed to put all that back so there wasn't a hole there, so that the road never would have had, sloughing issues. That one's a little bit easier for me just to build in because it's the mine pit that is encroaching upon the road. So I can say that this is required as part of mine reclamation. The road stuff, narrowing the road, on a smaller project, they probably object. This is such a big project, like folding the road in from 50 feet to 25 feet is, we put a scraper out there, and a dozer, and they work for an extra week, and it all kind of fits into the budget. So that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out exactly everything that we can get approved by both DNR and the insurance company. And then Steve and I are going to look at what's left and try to build in the remaining piece of the road bonds. But right now, in what I bid in December, 750, the turnaround for 750 is independent because that's covered by the road bond. Like, we have enough on the road bond to cover that. Portersville Road, raising up 700 and folding the road in, we're all built into kind of the reclamation bids. So I think we should be in pretty good shape there. Even if we get a little pushback, we still have money left on 700, and then we'll talk about the cash bonds after that. But that means we'd have the majority of kind of the road work that needs to be done built into what we bid out for reclamation and are having DNR and the insurance company approve.
So what holds up the cash bonds?
The cash bonds are going to be held up by the fact that I think you have to notice and again, I'm not the lawyer for these people, but I think you probably have to provide notice to the bankruptcy estate that you intend to forfeit them. And then they have an option to either say, yes, forfeit them, or no, we'll complete the work for the money. And if you say we're forfeiting cash bond and it's on a road that was never disturbed, they're going to object. Like, once they dig into it, they're going to figure it out. So I think the cash bond is just going to get held up in the legal issues of the bankruptcy estate, which they're trying to wrap up now. So, if you're interested, it might be a time to either negotiate with them or talk to them about whether or not, they get their money back or you're using that money for the county purposes. And we've got, I don't know if I think your lawyers have the contact information for the bankruptcy estate. They've got, I think, a lawyer out of Indianapolis and the chief restructuring officers out of Denver. So, but we have contact information. If you need it, we can provide what we've got on it. So Steve's been out there managing everything. I think Steve knows everything that needs to be done. Du Bois County is really getting kind of slowed down just by the fact that DNR and the insurance company don't have paperwork yet. I mean, that's been the big slow point. And we want to maximize the amount of work that gets done for the money. So coming out and doing the road work before we do the reclamation work would just eat into the budget for kind of the overall projects. We're trying to do it all at the same time. So that's when, that's kind of what the delays have been. I just want to be clear, the delays are not on Du Bois County Road Department or Steve or anybody. It's on our side trying to get DNR across the finish line. And all the landowners educated on what the options are and how we get there. And I do this for a living, and one of the worst I've seen. So the way they cut that into Portersville Road, I mean, we sat there and looked at it for 2 days a year ago going, what are we going to do about this? I brought engineers out, brought guys that have done this for 30 years now, and everybody stared at it going, got to figure it out.
You know about the North Wall?
That North Wall, it's bad. I think if we get up, I mean, we do this in Kentucky and Virginia, Tennessee. I mean, we do some really steep slope areas. I mean, we can get equipment on almost anything. It's how close it is to the road, the church, and the Sun Don-X property on kind of the radius that's cut around there. So we now have it where we did a survey, we've got all the high water marks, we can get equipment up on that wall. That's what I'm trying to find Mr. Eck on, is to talk to him about using his property to sit equipment up on that wall. I'm gonna pull back that dirt in the real steep areas to slope it. And that's how we'll also clean up that bench to get the support rock and support pieces on there for Portersville. Portersville's, Steve probably checks as much as I do. Every time I'm out here, I drive it to make sure the road itself is not sloughing. You're getting sloughing off that edge. You're still far enough away from the wall, but Steve made the point, and he's right. I mean, our engineers agree with 100% is that as that water level comes up, you're going to get erosion eaten away, and that's why we've got to backstack that rock through there. So while you don't have issues now, other than the sloughing, you're still far enough away from the road. Once you get above that rock bench and you're in the subsoil, if you get any sort of kind of current in that water, it's going to eat away on that. So that's what we're going to build up the riprap and support that road area through there. So it's been a lot of work considering all the things that'll go wrong over the next 20 years, not just next year. We're getting there. It's ugly. I understand the frustration of the community and kind of everyone. An insurance company wants to get started. It's kind of getting all the ducks in a row that everybody legally is covered on what they feel they need, and I think we're about there with DNR hopefully. So we're getting there.
So I mean, it is getting worse. I mean,
I wouldn't say it's getting worse. It will get worse. It's not immediately because your water level in that pit is still where it's at rock, not subsoil. It's going to be when that water level gets above the rock level and starts eroding away that subsoil where it'll eat out from under that road. So you probably have another 1.5 to 2 years before the water level gets that high, and it's a 5-year fill on what Indiana assumes for pits. Is DNR that assumes 5 years. I think it's been open for 2 or 1.5 years, I guess, with water collecting that. And so you still have some time, but it's why when we get started, the first place we're working is the prep plant, because they didn't clean the carbon and coal material out of there, the refuse, and it's oxidized and causing bad water. So that has to get cleaned up first. At the same time, we're also looking at doing the Portersville Road to make sure we get rock built up there before the water level gets there. So those are like the 2 highest priority items on where we're starting crews to work on that. So we have crews we can bring out from Kentucky. We'd like to use local workers. That's our preference. We've bid out a couple companies, but we're really abstract still. I mean, this was really early last year on we knew what needed to be done, but we were trying to get a price DNR just wanted us to get a price on the prep plant. We kind of bid that out as an independent project and didn't love insurance company has comparable rates that we give them elsewhere for when we do the work, and we're significantly cheaper on kind of what we do work for. But I think that related more to the fact that we were doing this like little discrete projects as opposed to saying, hey, look, you can do this whole, this is 3 years of work, going best price. Once we fine tune this with DNR, we're going to go back to, we have 3 local contractors that have expressed interest that our preference would be, we'll supervise them working with the insurance company and have someone come out and check on them and give progress updates, but we would like the money. This is a bad situation. As much as possible, if we can benefit the local community, we'd like to funnel the money back to one of the local companies here to do the work and have their people working on it. So that's our preference. My problem with insurance is if I move a yard of dirt for $3 in Kentucky and that's steep, they want to, if anyone comes in over $3, they don't want to, they want a comparable rate. And your contractors here actually weren't that far off from what we do kind of steep slope work at. So I think with a larger, kind of more discrete scope of work on exactly what we're asking for and how much we can get them hopefully competitive where we can bid it at or where we can sign up a deal with a local company as opposed to bringing in an out-of-state work on it. So
the thing that Councilman Schmidt sent us recently where it looks like the shelf has fallen, is that not somewhat recent over the last?
It's sloughing.
Yeah.
I walked it like 2 weeks ago. I hiked down all the way to the bottom. It's sloughing for sure, but you're still far enough back off that road right now. But that's why we want to get that supported. I mean, it's not collapsing tomorrow, but
It's like it used to be the road and then so much ground on a similar level, and then now when you go out so far, there's a shelf that is gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's sloughing, it's subsoil, it erodes. It's why you want to get the support in there. I haven't been out there since it rained last week or whatever. I'm driving out there after this. At least recently, there have not been cracks in the road. As of 2 weeks ago, I hiked down there. You still have a slope of subsoil up under that road that's pretty significant, unless that changed in the last couple of weeks. Again, it's not an any day issue, but it's definitely when I say our top 2 priorities are reinforcing Portersville and the prep plant, like, hey, you got a safety issue on a road and a water issue. I mean, it's where all the money's going day one is to those 2 spots. So that's where we understand the urgency of it. We just got to get everybody across the finish line on signing their paperwork so we can put a crew out there to start working.
When did this bankruptcy occur? Was it 21 or 20?
20. Was it 20?
Like October 20, something
I
like that?
got a phone call on Christmas Day that says, "Hey, what are you doing?" So it was that day.
I'm pretty sure it's fourth quarter of 2020.
Yeah, that'd be right because we're going on 2.5 years. They sucked all of the money out of this, should have filed, and then on top of that, they kept taking cuts at different mines that were not approved. So that cut at Portersville was never an approved part of the mine plan. And so they were just near bankruptcy and they went, hey, we can get some more coal out of there and just cut that. And it was just catastrophic. I mean, it's what's cost us the most time. Billings, we're moving up to Billings next, which is, north of here, Campbellburg. And it's going to be easy. The pit will stay there. I mean, it's not a much better solution, but the engineering on it's much simpler. It'll stay there, it'll get graded off, we'll make as much farmland, we'll terrace it up till we can't get farmland back and we're done. Because of the Portersville Road and the church issue, if that church wasn't there, and Portersville wasn't there, we'd just shoot the wall down and lay it back and slope it. But because of the road and the church, you can't do any of that. So now you're trying to figure out how you reinforce that to, we even looked at moving Portersville Road to see if that was a cheaper option. And with the church there, you just can't. So, this is what we're left with is figuring out how to use that bedrock layer to be our support for building that wall back.
Michael, is there a presumed discharge that's going to come out of that pit?
No, that pit DNR wants us to account for discharge. That pit theoretically should not discharge based on the total head of the wall versus where they tell us the groundwater level is coming or where the static water line is for that. So the static water line according to DNR is about 485 feet. The highest portions of that area will be well above 485 feet. Well, not well above 700. They'll be 500. But there's not supposed to be a discharge, but they may DNR is asking about, that was one of the questions they have about whether we should construct an overflow to go to that Whiteside Pond on the other side and then discharge out of there. So we are evaluating that, but if DNR is right about where that static water line hits and kind of, it should not be a discharging pond. It's not being designed to be a discharging pond right now, but that's what we're gonna figure out. There is drainage through that whole area, so the drainage control through there runs just south of Portersville and east of 750 and runs over to the Whiteside property, kind of under 700. There's a drainage channel that we're reconstructing as part of the DNR plan. So there is drainage through there, but the pond itself should not be discharging. It's not supposed to be like a KPDS or an MPDS outfall point or anything. So the intent is not for it to discharge, but we probably have to account for the drainage control that's already in place too, which is what would pick it up.
Okay. There were a series of, I guess, survey marks out there. One of them marked, I believe, in orange and another one in white.
The high one should be your high water mark. The low one is where we are going to grade for water fluctuations, because under SMACRA you have to have a 3-to-1 grade. And so DNR wants to ensure that even with water fluctuations during summer months, if the water goes down, we still have the grade in effect. So what we put out there was what we had as a presumed kind of low water mark, based on just assumptions around what DNR had told us. And we would grade below the low one one up to the high one, and then everything above the low stake would be graded out. Basically, is what those stakes are. Okay. So then the high one is what DNR has told us the highest water point should be for static water levels. So, and we think they're right because the adjacent ponds through there are about at the levels they're telling us. So if those ponds aren't overflowing, then they're within kind of the standard deviation of where that water mark should be.
Okay.
It's not great. We're getting there though. It's the goal would be to start moving dirt here as soon as possible, and start working on a Portersville Road area. So happy to answer more questions. I don't know if you have more questions about it. There is a plan in place. You are not the long straw. The lawyers are the long straw. And I think we finally have that moving.
I do have one question, and it doesn't have anything to do with the dirt or whatever. Is there equipment that is left there as well?
There's all sorts of stuff there.
Is there-
The mine companies bought the equipment. So I'm only there to move the dirt. We are trying to facilitate one blasting company has like 4 trucks and all the powder bins. They have been called numerous times to come pick their stuff up. The mining company bought the belt systems, the prep plant, of which the belt systems and the hoppers are left, plus all of those parts trailers. Everything out there is I will clean it up if it is still there when I get there, but I legally do not own it and have asked them to come pick up their stuff. I'm getting more help from DNR is leaning on them as well now, trying to get them to pick their stuff up. MSHA showed up at one point. It's not an MSHA site anymore, but MSHA showed up and shut them down for breaking down equipment. So the legal end of this is a bit of a mess because they bought the equipment on the permits, but not the permits. And so I have met with them. I've met with the mining company 3 or 4 times now on site, and we've taken photos of everything they claim they want. The only thing we've asked them to voluntarily leave there is the big cement blocks that we want to use for the reinforcements of the rip wrap. We've asked them to get everything else out of there. So I was up there 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it was the most progress I'd seen in 2 years. They had started running scrapers and picking up trash and getting parts trailers out of there. Both scales left a couple weeks ago. The powder company stuff is still there. They've got 2 broke down trucks. I mean, it looks bad up there. It's ugly. And I would have called scrappers in already, but legally we don't own it, so I can't. But that'll be the plan is we'll tell them, we'll give them a drop dead date. Once we have a plan with DNR, we'll give them a drop dead date and say anything left, we're scrapping and taking. That'll probably get the most of it out, and then we'll do cleanup as we're out there. There was some discharge out of one of those tanks that was out there that DNR was cleaning up. We've been working with them on that. So we're trying to get the tanks out of there because we don't own those either. So I can't haul them. So we're kind of working our way through the issues. All valid questions. You're fine. We're trying to.
Just had to ask.
No, it's every time I drive up there, we just kind of roll our eyes. And just FYI for you, I've been approached and I'm referring to landowners. There is a solar development company that is backed by Peabody that is interested in turning that whole corridor into solar because it's already leveled off for the most part, other than the topsoil stockpiles out there. They're paying a pretty good rate. So I think it's like $1,200 an acre annually for 30 years. So I think they are also going to be trying to talk to the commission about solar bonds and decommissioning bonds and things at some point, is what they've told me. So just FYI, you may see them out here. They have asked for permission. I was like, we can't stop them from talking to anyone. We don't take a position on it, but we're telling them kind of who we're dealing with and the different landowners, and if there's a whole family, kind of who the representative is. But they're out here, they're interested, they're looking at a project for that whole Shamrock site because it's tied in with transmission through there with the prep plant. And because so much of that land, the landowners, some of them got paid, some of them didn't. They thought it'd be kind of an attractive proposal for them to maximize value through there. So they are also floating around. So you may hear from your people out there that they're beating down people's door too. At the same time, I'm trying to find people for reclamation purposes. So happy to come back if you have more questions. I mean, as we get started on this, I assume once Steve and I've got kind of a scope of work for the roads, we'll be back to present this officially. But we're slowly getting there. Hopefully you'll see some tractors out there moving here shortly and go from there.
Thank you for all the information.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Steve, you may call.
Okay.
Michael, you said you're a consultant and you work for the insurance company, but what company are you with?
I'm just independent. So I used to own coal mines and do cleanup.
So you're part of the problem.
Not anymore. Used to be. Long time ago in other states.
Okay.
Long time ago. But so I just independently, we work with the two big insurance companies that write in coal bonds. And I've got a group of guys we work with in like Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee that do a lot of work in this space. Along with Loudermilk out here is working with one of the other insurance companies we deal with. So we basically know how to get everything approved by the insurance company and what kind of their parameters are. And so we kind of put it all together for them to approve the spend. So I'm just at this point independent, but that's we're working with, it's Indemnity National, and this one is the insurance company.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You ready for me?
Prosecutor staffing.
Yes. I have some papers for you.
Okay.
You're welcome. My budget. I haven't said it, so you got it. Just like the sheriff's office and the dispatch center, my office is seeking, or I'm seeing a need for staffing increases as well. When you increase police officers and you see an increase in 911 calls, that's going to mean more criminal cases being filed, which is an increase in work for my office. I saw some facts from Stuart Wilson with dispatch that in 2010 there were 39 law enforcement officers, and currently we have approximately 49 law enforcement officers. So that's 10 more people going out and arresting people and filing criminal charges. Since 2010, there have been changes in that we now have Interact or RMS case system, as well as the body cam system. These reports and videos are turned into my office, and my staff has to distribute them to defense attorneys and to defendants. There's 3 things that I'm asking for today, and I'm gonna talk about them in the rank, the priority that I'm giving them. First thing I'm asking for is a 3rd staff person for circuit court. Last time we added a staff person for circuit court was in 2010, which was Sarah Ernst, who's still employed in our office. We currently have 2 staff people for circuit court. We currently have 3 staff people for Superior Court. We added our 3rd staff person in January of 2020 in Superior Court. We have a higher volume of cases in Superior Court, but circuit court cases are more intensive, so the level of work for staff people for both courts is about the same. Circuit Court has more serious cases, rape, murder, child molestation, and the victim crimes are in circuit court, so obviously they are high priority in my office. We have deadlines in criminal cases when we have to produce certain items, and circuit court typically has more jury trials, which means more work for the staff as well. There's a jury trial this week and a jury trial next week in circuit court. My staff has expressed to me that they are struggling to keep up with their work and meet the required deadlines. I would request that it be a full-time staff person with the same salary level as my other staff, which is $41,124. Second thing I'm asking for is I'm asking for raises for the 2 deputy prosecutors. Just as with law enforcement, it's a struggle nationwide to find qualified prosecutors. I had an open position for about 2 months that I tried to fill, and I had very few applicants. I had one person who I offered the job, but they wouldn't accept it because of the salary. I have since filled that position, but the person had to take a significant pay cut to come here. Without retention of qualified prosecutors in my office, it doesn't matter how much we spend on law enforcement personnel and equipment because we won't be able to prosecute the crimes effectively. And if that doesn't happen, then we're not going to be able to ensure community safety. Currently, my 3 deputy prosecutors make $85,706, $85,256, and $82,780. I'd like to ask for a $15,000 raise for all 3 of those positions to ensure I can retain prosecutors and hire new quality prosecutors in the future if need be. I checked with some of the surrounding counties and I got facts and figures for you from them. Perry County has a 3rd deputy prosecutor position, and that position makes approximately $98,000. I guess let me back up. So every county will have an elected and a chief deputy. So the elected makes $165,000 approximately, and the chief deputy makes $124,000. And then the additional deputies that are county paid, because the elected and chief deputies are state paid. So the additional deputies that are county paid, these are the facts on those. So Perry County's $98,000. Davies County has 3 deputy prosecutors. They make $103,000, $90,000, and $85,000. And Pike and Spencer County only have the elected and chief deputy prosecutors, which are $124 and $165. Third thing I'm asking.
What's the population of Spencer County? Are they like 30,000?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's your opinion.
I'm not sure. Third thing I'm asking for is a new part-time position for an investigator. Currently, I have a full-time investigator, Rick Chambers. He primarily is responsible for following up with witnesses, attending forensic interviews with kids, testifying in court, monitoring jail phone calls and visitations, and burning body cam videos for our files. As you can imagine, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of body cam videos that our office is responsible for distributing every year. Typically, every on-scene officer has a body cam and sometimes also a dash cam running. So they share them with my office through an online platform, and then Rick burns them to disk for our files so we can distribute them as we're required to do by law. Rick is also needing help. I think for now, a part-time investigator position would suffice to help him keep up with burning the videos. I have someone who's a retired FBI agent that recently moved to the area that is interested in the position if approved. He has over 28 years of experience and would be a valuable asset to my office. I would request that a part-time position at 20 hours a week with a yearly salary of $28,469. This is the same amount that the county currently pays my existing investigator, Rick. The other half of Rick's salary is currently paid by pretrial diversion funds, but I don't have enough in my pretrial diversion account to sustain funding another position at this time. I realize that the commissioners don't like to approve new positions except for during budget time, but I wasn't in office during the last budget cycle. These are things that I believe are currently needed and that we shouldn't wait for budget time to address. By the time I get people to fill these positions and get them trained, it will be quite some time down the road. Just as with the sheriff's office or dispatch, they're specialized positions and they require training and a period of time to adequately learn the job. My top priority would be a circuit court staff person. If there's anything that you'll approve, I'd ask you to approve that, but I am asking you to approve all 3 of my requests.
I'll say regarding number 2, I don't know that we would have a whole lot of say in that one. That should be the council will make the final wage, but I talked to Mr. Schneider even about it before, that the wages are something I think could be certainly looked at. I don't really have any other comments other than I'll take it under advisement and I'm not gonna approve anything today until I have a chance to really look through everything.
Sure.
But, that's where I'm at. Commissioner Hostetter?
Yeah, I agree. I'll take 1 under advisement, 2, it's a council decision. I do see you did your homework, and I appreciate it. You know, when I was on the council, I always asked that, you know, bring me those facts of the other counties that are similar to ours, and it helps us make our decision.
Commissioner Stefano?
I agree. You've done your homework and it's great. Let's get the facts, do a little bit more. And then, we'll go from there. Of course, the county council has a decision to make as well. So I think we need to review it a little bit more.
Would you like me to come back next time, or?
That'd be fine with me. We could, at least, keep it on the table, and that way you get an answer one way or the other, and if we say, well, let's talk about it in the future may never come. So yeah, if you're on the agenda, that gives us a deadline to look at things. So, 10 minutes to the next meeting, I would probably be good.
When is the next meeting, Sam?
May 1. 2 at 8:30.
Works for me. Thank you guys, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Can you tell me, who is the small claims folks? Who are they under?
Superior Court.
They're superior. So how many deputies or how many people are down there? 4 of them? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your praise.
Thanks. Greg, you'll be up next.
Got
Before we get back into this too, the other thing that I don't know why I didn't write it on my list earlier, but another item that we have at community corrections and jail area, in addition to the washer and dryers and all those other things, were a few sets of those lockers that I sent you those pictures I did, right?
Yeah.
Those lockers seem like, again, they may be a 4-H benefit, or they may be, I think those have more value than just putting in either a landfill or recycling them or whatever. So that was one other item that if you do talk to the council, that they may, the 4-H council, that they may have an interest in that.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Schneer, last time we had a meeting, we talked about, we had someone petition us with regarding a covenant from a subdivision, and we asked you to look into that for us.
Yes, I did, and I received a call from, I think, the people that the complaint would be lodged against from their attorney. My opinion is that it is not the Board of Commissioners' job to enforce restrictive covenants and conditions in subdivisions or plats within the county. Dedicated roadways, that's our jurisdiction. But whether or not someone's utilizing their lot appropriately according to the plat, it's not for the Board of Commissioners, in my opinion. I think it'd be a civil matter that they could send notice of their own or pursue the matter if they wanted to with an outside attorney or through the court system.
Did you say that the person that was being complained upon is who their attorney, they had an attorney that contacted you?
They did, yes.
Okay.
Basically, if there was going to be a hearing, to get notice. And I indicated that my opinion was that it wasn't ours to hear.
So had Du Bois County had a zoning ordinance and a board of zoning appeals, anything like that? I mean, do even zoning boards?
I don't even believe that would be, no.
Like the city of Jasper, there is zoning. If I have a complaint about my neighbor, it's still not, the city doesn't come and resolve that?
Typically, no, there would not be. If they violated an ordinance, a planning ordinance, okay, where the ordinance says there's a setback line of 10 feet and I built within that, then yes, that's a complaint that could be lodged with that department because it's an ordinance violation, not because it's a restrictive covenant violation.
So a covenant may even say something like, you have to have 90% of your home in brick.
That's correct.
So Board of Zoning Appeals isn't gonna go out and say, we care about that.
Correct, unless they had an ordinance, but I don't believe.
Like an ordinance would say you have to have certain,
They have to have certain faces that's similar in nature, but again, though, that's part of the planning ordinance that the city has. Right.
okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Snare, from either of you? From memory, it looks like the Trubisky's are here again.
No, I did get a letter from her attorney saying that he did move out. So, maybe it's been resolved. He's still, his truck's still there and his dog's still there, but I got a letter from her attorney saying that he did move out. So, hopefully the matter will be resolved. I just wanted to be aware, because my attorney said that if I didn't bring it to someone's attention, that if it happened again, the court would say, if you didn't do anything about it first time, so we're not gonna do anything about it this time.
And I would defer to your attorney on that opinion and advice, but again, bringing it to this board's attention, I don't know that we would do anything about that. It might be bringing it to the landowner's attention, versus us, so.
Okay.
But you can, again, you've already sought counsel, and I'd recommend you kind of clarify that with that individual.
Okay.
No, and I think it sounds like it's been resolved as much as it's going to be resolved at this time.
She knows about it, and she told me she would move out last October, but he never did, so that's the reason I came to bring it to someone's attention. Now, she says he did move out. So,
okay.
hopefully it's been resolved, and thank you for your time.
Okay, we appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Hove, courthouse maintenance. How are you this morning?
Great, how are you guys?
We're having fun. We talked about all kinds of fun things today.
No.
Insurance? Insurance and coal mine?
You know, we just talked about insurance, it's always a religion.
I know you get so excited.
I got 4 or 5 different things here to go over. The first 2 pages are automatic door openers on the front porch up here, since they're putting a ramp in. First week.
And as you go through this, would you make sure that, that you, just for my thinking, that if this has to do with just an existing project, or if this has to do with the new security things that we talked about?
Okay.
Okay. So this first one is, you said an automatic door opening.
Yeah, I think that's, I don't know, a little bit of everybody, I think, security and.
Probably would have been necessary either way.
I mean, it was brought up there.
It's ADA compliance, so.
Yeah. So what we were gonna do is, I talked to Brent, and we were gonna open up the south door, or the front doors up here, but the south doors. You got a north door and a south door together. We open up just the one half. You push a button, the outside opens, a couple seconds later, the inside opens.
And that's wide enough for.
Yeah.
Okay.
You had to be confused, so you're saying the doors on the east side of the building, the south door on the east side of the
Yes.
building, you hit the button, that's the one that will.
Yeah. Instead of having both of them open, all that air going in, just basically have one open.
And it'll open the inside, the vestibule, and the exterior door.
Both doors, one button.
Yeah, you push one button, it'll open up the outside one. A few seconds later, the other one will open up, and then, same way when you come from the inside out, you push the button, and one will open, the other one will open. And then the other one was Fisher's Electric, that would be to get the power up there. So Kai's was 5,768, and Fisher's was not to exceed 22. I talked to Brent, and he has money in the ADA, some kind of ADA fund. He said we could use, but I mean, it wouldn't cover all of it.
I was gonna say, it's not very much, if I remember right.
$5,000 in the
Let's
year.
do go together.
5,000 total, so.
So we would have to get some from the council somewhere.
So, because that takes a long time, would it make more sense for you to use the Brent ADA money, use courthouse maintenance dollars, and then start the process of having that money repaid to you instead of having the council?
I mean, yeah,
I didn't know if that might be quicker than otherwise you have to advertise, you'll have to advertise either way. What do you think, Henry, does it matter?
Now, is this money that, I talked to Mike a little bit, they got that money. Does all that still have to be advertised?
No, the local assistance travel consistency money has been appropriated already, it just hasn't been spent.
I
Been
think
appropriate, but hadn't been directed to which.
Right, we just did it for
two
courthouse maintenance.
Did he say that they were gonna use it for this? Because I think.
Well,
He hasn't really said yet.
I'm gonna talk to him Monday, but I
It's
think,
their council.
I think some of it.
I guess that's not our business.
But yeah, I could, as long as they can reimburse me into my, I mean, I could use my money now. And
Right, if time was an issue, it's faster to go use your money. Do either of you, is there any more you would like to tell us about these
No.
two items? So, I believe Scott mentioned by email or something that will the ramp be functional
The
this
ramp,
week? With new railings and things, if things work out?
They said it's gonna be done on the 20th, but they haven't hit nothing yet, so.
There were people here working on the north side of the building on Saturday
Yeah,
morning.
Luke Ware redid, them two railings that had to be done. This is a different company from Indy. The railing is done, it's been done for about a month, but they have nobody to put it up. That's what they've been telling me.
On the ramp.
They said the 20th, April 20th is, they'll be here to put it up.
Overall, though, us as a board, are we okay with roughly this amount of money being spent to install these items? That's all we really are going to say, make the group one.
I mean, I'd love to see it cheaper. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. We have to do it. I don't see any point in putting, the ramp on the front of the courthouse and then not have an automatic door.
Sure.
Okay, so as a board, we're fine with moving forward with these pending funding, which you'll figure out.
I'll figure that out.
Are you gonna make a motion to approve these?
So with Mr. Schneider looking at these proposals, I ask you every time, if these are under a total of.
They're under the 25,000. He's coming here, I think, more as a courtesy. Otherwise, under our ordinance, it would have been allowed. So
The courtesy being that if it's approved, you would be
If
able
we-
to purchase. Right. Yeah, because this is a modification to the building, you would have to come.
So basically, they're making a motion to approve installing it on the courthouse.
I'll move that we accept the proposal from both Kaish Glass Incorporated and Fisher Electric Incorporated for both the power and the setup of the automatic door operators with push buttons.
I'll second.
Have we had a first and a second? One more question on this. So this is there's two operators, so we can still discuss where the location of the operator on the outside of the building is gonna be, but I mean, there's gonna be one inside and then the inside one is gonna be on the wall.
Brent
or-
said just put it up on the courthouse building. You come up the ramp, and it'll be right by one of their windows, or, the plaque's on the other side. Right there by the door, so you can push it, and then you can walk straight ahead and go in.
Because it'll open the opposite
It'll be
side,
open up the opposite.
not into your.
Yeah, we'll open that.
No, I'm talking on the inside of the building leaving.
Inside would be, I think, he
Recorder's
said right
office
next
wall.
to the recorder's door, right by the bulletin board.
But on the wall,
On the wall.
not a stand.
No.
We have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Would you like, and then as it's been approved, you're welcome to sign the proposals on the county behalf. Do you need any of these back?
No, I got some copies. Next one is, judge would like to have his carpets cleaned in the courtroom and the chairs. I know Chad looked at them, the chairs, and they're pretty nasty. You sat in them before.
Thanks for telling me that.
He was asking for new ones at one time, but I think I don't know what happened, but.
Okay,
But
so anyway, we have a.
this is to get both courtrooms, the hallway, basically almost everything up on the second floor cleaned. Holding cells, courtrooms, hallways, that should be it, I guess.
How are we only at 13 chairs?
6 in each courtroom, plus Nathan has an extra one in the.
But what about the jury?
We're not doing all the jury
That's
chairs,
what I guess I was getting at.
unless you guys want to.
They probably don't get used
They don't
10%
get
as
used a
much
whole
as
lot, so I just did the 6 on each, where the benches, and then I think Judge had one extra one.
I think Judge Burkham said he has 25 chairs in his courtroom that are padded of some sort.
That's counting all the jury chairs,
Right.
all the. I mean, I
14
don't
jury
know,
chairs.
I don't know if we,
One of my thoughts is that
$20 a chair to do the jury chairs, I don't think they're that bad.
I say we let it go. If he's fine with them, then I'm fine with them. Originally, my thought was going to be, is the chairs that they use, where there's, how many are there? There's like 4 on each side, 3 on each side for the prosecutor, the defendant.
There's 6 of them together,
of
6 in each courtroom,
And
3 per table.
if we were to replace 2 of those chairs, that costs more than this $1,100. So I think this is probably
And he
at
said,
least worth trying.
he said to try, and the guy that looked at him, he thinks he can get it pretty clean.
What about carpet cleaning else? Otherwise, I don't know that in the time that I've been here, we've ever cleaned carpets like that. have we?
Very little. I mean, I do a little because of the machine I got. I can't get into, I can do big areas like this with the machine I got. I've done, we've done the hallways up here and downstairs a couple of times. But to get in between all the benches and all that, I don't have the equipment to do it.
Where are we gonna pay for this one too? Same way as the last one?
Yeah, all this, we're shooting, this one same way. I'm gonna talk to Mike.
I mean, I'm okay with this if, again, I think it's a better attempt than replacing. Originally, we were talking about replacing a whole courtroom full of carpet, replacing 13 chairs. So if this works, this saves 90% of the cost. I'd be okay with continuing on with this, because I think it's a reasonable request. Commissioner Hostetter?
I would agree.
I agree.
Okay, so again, I guess I'll move that we approve the proposal from Master Carpet Cleaning Incorporated for $1,170 pending, just not finding a funding source.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
The next one's the assessor's door. She wants locking doors, key badge. I'm getting quotes right now to put a big window in.
Yeah.
I haven't got them yet, but she wants to get that window, and then she wants these key badges, door access. And that's same. They come in 2s, so I'll be able to do 2 doors. So, I didn't drink it. They come in 2. When you get a setup, you can be able to do 2 doors. So Angie's only going to use one of them, and that price was $2,815 to do it. So I was thinking maybe spend another $1,000 and do the records library, because I think there's a lot of different people that use it. Like the auditors use it, the recorders use it, clerks, everybody use it, so everybody can have their own key badge. They would have to go find a key to get in there when Cindy's not there.
And then would Mike Shaw be tasked with giving permissions?
Well, somebody would have
He has to
to.
assign the badging, because he's the only one that does it right now that I know. It'd
But
be nice if
further
somebody else
than
would
that-
do it.
Further than that, there's not a key.
Yeah, there'll still be a key.
It's gonna be a key for master keys, and so at this point, it might be the clerk's office has badge access, clerk, recorder.
Somebody would have to decide who,
Yeah, we didn't figure that out.
you know, I don't know if all the auditor girls and all the clerks and all the recorders have access to it. I mean, it's just, you got an extra,
Yeah, it's open.
an extra door here sitting there, not gonna be used, if you would do this.
It's open when there's somebody in there. When there's nobody in there, we have to take a key to get in.
Okay.
But at this time, at least we have a records librarian still that works regular hours. Yes, we would have all-time working. There's talks about if that's still necessary, yeah, we'll figure that out a little bit later. So here, let me just think of this again. So you said you're installing new door strike, install 2-door control in the basement. Okay, so that's fine. Let's just take these, because I think several of these are the same,
Yeah.
similar things. Let's talk about the other ones.
You wanna talk about the other ones?
The 3 from Astro, let's talk about those.
Okay, well,
It is 10:45, so I don't know how we have it open. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't advertised that way.
Okay, very good. It's just on the agenda then.
It's just on the agenda that she's gonna present.
All right,
It was
sorry.
not, it was advertised to be in our office last week.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, we'll do these 3, Scott, and then we'll do that. We'll get Rylan back.
okay. The clerk and the recorder is the same way. They got, each of them wants 2 doors locked.
So if we do all of them, is there any price change, or if we do the one?
That's, yeah, I got them all, yeah, that's the way it is.
Okay, so with the clerk, we've got the south facing door, and then we would have the,
Well, that's my next thing.
what?
She's working on getting a new door where the gate is, Amy is.
Right.
So that's the door that she would have locked.
Okay, so it wouldn't be
It would be the 2 doors you got now.
the west facing door, that's the exterior door to the back office. It would be the internal door of where that public area is.
Yes. And then the front door at the front here is the 2 that Amy wants done.
Okay, and then we've got recorder.
She
The
wants-
same thing across
she
the
wants the
hallway
2,
from hers,
yeah.
and the one back by the,
Yes.
you said when you buy these, you get them as a package of 2 doors?
Yep.
Is that how they do it?
The little box they mount downstairs, it comes 2, you can access 2 doors per box.
To expand on the clerk's options here, the clerk is paying for it out of the perpetuation fund. I'll need to advertise and take those steps if you approve that I can do the door and the keyless entry for the clerk's office.
And the door is the Jasper lumber quote.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Let's
to pay
look
for,
at-
to pay
let's
for
do
those
that.
2 things, the clerk,
Let's put those together and do that.
Well,
That work?
Or is there more to that one too?
well, there's carpet too.
well, there's carpet for the clerk's office that I don't wanna pay for because I can't pay for carpet out of the perpetuation fund.
I think Amy's willing to pay for the,
The stuff
Jasper
that I
lumber.
can pay for, I wanna pay for.
She
I want the
wants-
keyless entry and the door, and those are from a security standpoint. I can pay for those out of the perpetuation fund, because there's limited things on what you can use that money for, but I can use it for these things. So I'd like to advertise and pay for that $9,591. But I can't pay for carpeting, because that's outside of the scope of what I can use the perpetuation fund for.
You can order and install a new door and a new jamb. That'll be the one in the
The new
main
door?
entryway.
where the gate is. Where the gate
Whatever the gate is a new door, and then are you changing your other door?
With the keyless entry.
Right, that, only
Yes,
in that
those
way.
would be the 2 doors, yes,
And you'll pay the 5 and the
yes.
4. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with
You're
that.
paying for it.
I would like you to approve new carpet to then be discussed with payment from the council out of the fund.
Yeah, I think we'll do that one next.
Okay, just so we're not getting too far.
Okay, so I'll move that we approve the add door access to the clerk's doors, proposal of $3,975 and additionally $5,616 for the work for the door from Jasper Lumber. believe that comes to a total of $9,591. So I'll move that we do that.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion carries.
Then we talked to Jackie a little bit.
She left, or she's getting ready to leave for a conference, so she's not here today with us at this meeting. She is in favor for the recorder's office having the keyless entry and the carpet. She's willing to pay some of that fee. She would like to discuss with the council what that amount is. She wouldn't give me a definitive answer or how she feels about that. So I don't know if she's planning on going Monday
You talking about the keyless part?
for the recorder's office.
Right.
For the record.
And the carpet.
And the carpet.
So for her, it's the keyless, the 2 keyless doors and the carpet.
She wants to see what the council will pay first. Basically.
She's in favor of doing it, she just wants to see what her share would have to be.
So for this carpet deal, it looks like the lowest quote we have is about $14,000.
Yeah, and I got that broke down to each office, which they're the same. I had three quotes, yeah, the cheapest was from Beckman's.
So who's gonna move all the furniture?
The same guy that moved the last one.
And the 6 ladies who helped him.
Yeah.
Except the new 6 ladies this time.
New 6 ladies and
Let's see.
1 man, 6 ladies moving crew.
Well, it was actually 9 ladies.
Not for hard.
Scott, what was the feeling from the council? I'm not listening to their meeting, but they talked about using that LETCF money or whatever that is.
I think,
Well, they're trying to come up with best use of it. There's $50,000 there right now, and there's probably $300,000 worth of stuff being asked for out of it.
I think he's.
I mean, so they're trying to
Yeah,
come up with what's the best thing to do.
I think he's gonna really like it since Amy stepped up a little bit. I think he's gonna be okay.
Okay, I just didn't know if you had a feeling, if he was thinking, we want to earmark it for a certain thing. I don't think they've made that decision, but I didn't know if you knew if they did or not.
I think the only thing that's really kind of been discussed and earmarked is the landscaping and the air conditioning
Air
unit.
conditioning,
That's
landscaping.
the only thing that I know of.
That one for the computer area room.
Yes.
Again, I don't know, I didn't explore the carpets, but I'm sure they're 20 years old. Is that correct? In these
Oh,
offices?
yeah, well, no, they're
Not
There
downstairs.
were
probably about
born. I don't know how old they are, but they were born.
13, 14, 15, somewhere.
I mean, are they,
They're starting, yeah, they're starting to
You
show
were
us.
here when we put them in,
No, not in the offices. It was right before my
not the
time.
squares.
I mean, you can come and take a look at them, there's a path in the office where they're used.
what does that hurt?
But when it's worn through and it's just the
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
floor, I mean,
I'm not trying to be a smart aleck, I'm being serious. I don't know if it, does it make it unsafe or unhealthy or it just looks bad?
It looks bad. I mean, it's not coming up or anything.
I was
It's
gonna
not-
say from when we took ours up,
They're
it's
not-
not
it's
taken
nasty.
on to get rid of them.
Yeah.
And you agree?
What's
I
under
agree.
it? Is it
I wouldn't be
carpet or tile or is it?
it's carpet like
Carpet
this, these squares.
Okay, but as far as what's under it, is it hardwood, tile?
What was under your, I feel like it's
Just like-
plywood, I don't know.
Ours was just a subfloor, except for where the tile was, and we kept some of the tile.
Yeah, just an old plywood, basically.
At this point in the history of the building, it's gonna be a mismatch. Probably,
I'm just curious.
kiosk underneath it.
Oh, yeah.
Because the room sizes have changed 10 times.
Because we saved as much tile as we could on ours.
So how do y'all feel about this?
I'm okay with their changing it.
Okay, we're okay with
Probably
it?
fine.
Mr. Stefano, the same way?
Same way.
All right, I'll move that we pass this on to the council, see if they want to fund it. I'll move that we accept the estimate from Beckman's Furniture and Floor Coverings in the amount of $13,960.
And then I will be back sometime with, oh, sorry, go
We
ahead.
still gotta do these two, we gotta finish this vote.
That's not good.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Alright.
Aye, motion carries. What about these access doors? We said that the recorder is wanting to negotiate.
She
How
wants,
it would be paid for, but again, that's not our necessary, our
she wants
business.
carpet and door access, and she's Let's see what they'll pay, I guess, is the way I took it from her.
So if the council sees that she has existing funds, maybe they'll request that she gets it from there. And the assessor, same way, I guess it'll be up
I
to the
don't know,
council.
assessors, yeah, I don't know if they got anything.
I don't think they have a fund. I'm okay with both of them. If that's the way we're going with every other office, it's kind of hard to say, not for your office. I'll move that we approve moving this forward to the council for funding consideration for additional door access control in the assessor's office and the recorder's office.
Are you in favor of adding the extra one to the records library?
Is that priced?
It's not in there, it's gonna be
So
a little,
now
it's gonna be, it can't be a whole lot.
Let's do
Not really another
these.
1,000.
Let's do these first. Second, all in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. And yes, if we can, you're saying put this where? The main entrance to the records library? So, I mean, I guess we don't really have anything in front of us to approve, but
Can we approve that he does it out of his budget and then he can come back to us? Because it's just a change of the building, right?
Either that or I was just gonna throw it in with this, with Mike's money, where he gets all this money.
I would,
we did
I would
separate it.
interject that the clerk's perpetuation
That way
fund
you
could
can-
pay for the records library entry, whatever the difference in the quote would be. The perpetuation fund for the clerk's office could pay for that in the records library.
sounds good. I'll move that we approve having that done.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Fine.
Aye. The motion carries.
Thanks, guys.
Amy, thank you for making it easy on us.
I'll
Keep
get
coming to
with
the
you.
meetings.
Sandy, I'll get with you about how to advertise and what we need to do next steps.
All right, we're getting some
And
more.
I will be back for the Judge Burke camp. I know you were there. He wants 3 doors locked too. I haven't got the quote for that yet.
We talked about that.
And I'll be
Yeah.
back.
See if Doug can get us a quantity discount.
And then I'll be back for a chiller unit. I'm working on quotes for a chiller unit. And then Amy's
You can go nuts.
things.
Right.
Okay, guys, have a nice day.
Hi, Rylan, good morning.
Thank you.
All right, I am here with the one proposal we received for the health program for grant administration services. After advertisement and 5 direct letters, we did receive one proposal.
We advertised in 2 papers for bids, and we sent out letters to 5.
Yes.
1 returned.
One return that you said that, they didn't have the time or manpower in order to facilitate it. And then there is one, response here from Indiana Region 15.
And the other 3 didn't respond, so.
So with this, are there components of it you have to make sure are there, make sure it's.
So I think Riley needs to go to her committee, and I think what we're going to do today, if that's her request, is to take it under advisement, come back to the May 1st meeting, and make a recommendation to the board on whether to pursue utilizing this entity's services.
Even though there is a single vendor, I think the goal or the idea is we're gonna take the same grading sheet that we would use if there were 2 or 5 and make sure that they are a sufficient person.
There could be different, right, you would still have the option to reject it if you wanted to, but with a single proposal, then,
We were advised to open it in a public meeting. Sure.
so.
That's what we'll do. I'll move that we take the grant administration offer under advisement.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And we are meeting when?
Thursday afternoon.
Thursday afternoon with representatives from the city of Jasper, with Ryland and DuBois County representatives, and we'll look it over and we'll have a report at the next meeting. So I guess we can put Ryland on the next meeting for 5 and we'll do that. And just so you know well, maybe you don't, what would this entity do?
So this grant administrative services would be for the owner-occupied rehabilitation program through the help process, and then also the Head Start program. So they would work directly with the Head Start and us on the owner-occupied.
So throughout the whole health program, we kept trying to find projects. The whole goal of it was to make a strategic plan to find ways to use that $1 million of bonus CDBG money and how we can use it in DuBois County. In addition to the money that we invested. So the money that we invested, we're going to use for sewer district and what was Boys County Sewer District and something else.
And then City of Jasper had another, City of Jasper had another project they're working on that they don't need the grant.
So anyway, we had to put money in. We're planning on using that money for purposes that we were gonna use it. City of Jasper is going to use it for a project, and then this $1 million extra money is what we're talking about here. So when we do a home rehabilitation, situation, let's say I thought my house, I needed $10,000 for, heating, air conditioning, something, ventilation in my home, then someone has to take an application, make sure they're within the income guidelines, make sure everything works. Then they have to make sure that the bids come in, make sure the work gets done. There's just a lot of steps to it. DuBois County wasn't, we're not gonna set up.
You said owner occupied, so I assume that means they have to live there, it's not a rental.
Correct, yes.
Right, so that's what the lion's share of that money is, and the other money would go out to Head Start, TRICAP, various things that they have out there, and you also need to make sure that people have right income, that the money gets spent a certain way. There's a lot of strings. So we had other ideas that we'd like to use some of this money for. These are two that we wanted to do and we were able to do. And we have to have someone who administers them. That's the short version, the shortest version I can give.
Yeah.
Very well said.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be back
Thank
next
you.
one.
We are right back on schedule. You can take those. Sorry.
Chad, when did you want to print the call out?
Let's do that. How about you tell Brent that we will talk to him at 11:15?
11:15?
Do you think that'll work for him?
I'll text him.
Okay. That way we can do the insurance broker selection. I think we have the couple of brokers in the room. Marky, do you have anything that you wanted to start to get the conversation going on this? Or-
Yeah, so, so we're here to discuss the RFP for the broker consultant process started in January and April. It's been a lengthy, 3-month process. So, we learned a lot. We started out with 5 or 6 different broker consultant firms. We narrowed it down to the top 2 being Gallagher and Houchins. So, there's not a lot that I can share today that's going to influence one way or the other. We've shared a lot through the emails back and forth as we've reviewed the RFP. We've had, both brokers has come in and gave different presentations, and I shared some different stuff regarding that. Today, I think we got what I'd say is the best partners for the county moving forward. Top 2. We've measured the pros and cons from each, and so that's what's brought us to today. The RFP had the deadline of today, and we could have extended that, but I think we're ready to do something today. I think if you guys are, so that's kind of where it's at. I'll leave it up to you guys. I know we do have both of them present. If you would want a last 2, 3, 5 minute talk between them, that's fine. If not, then just kind of turn it over to you guys for a decision.
Okay. Do either of you have anything you want to talk to Marky about before we talk amongst ourselves?
No.
Okay, so, he kind of laid out where we stand on this today, so maybe we just have a conversation about, where we are and where we want to go. Marky, what are we going to be? Do you have a suggestion on what we're selecting today? Is it going to be a 2-year agreement, 1 year, 5 year? What are we looking at with whichever direction we went?
Well, with Gallagher, they guaranteed a 2-year rate block. Houchins guaranteed a 5-year rate block. So I think that depending on which way we would go, I would go probably 3 years at tops.
But really, we don't even make that decision, right? They
Yeah.
said that they'll keep for 5, and you said he'll keep for 2.
Sure.
So we would just say, we will accept you, and at any time there are back out clauses, right?
Correct. So essentially, it's just a contract put in place, a normal business contract, but neither one of them in this process, there's a way to get out,
But in your opinion, it's not like if we select one or the other, we're not locked in for
No.
any long length of time. Did you have a comment?
That's why I wanted to make sure that, if they've taken that out, because there's no, if you guys decided with houses, it's 5, you decide in 3 years you want out, there's no problem getting out. It's just we're locking out a rate, is all it is. So
It's only a rate
one-sided to
guarantee,
you
not
guys.
a
Because we don't wanna work, we're optimistic our retention rate's high, but we would never want somebody to work with us that doesn't wanna work with us.
Absolutely.
I think that's currently in any contract is so many days out, right?
What he's saying is it's not a 5-year, it's a unilateral lock on their part, what it sounds like, I haven't seen the contract, but.
I know,
Yeah,
but
but
in
yes,
our current contract,
there
we
are,
have
but
like
there are-
60 or 90 notice or something like that.
But some contracts, if you get out, you still have to pay for a certain period. That's.
All right, Commissioner Stefanoff, let's start with you. You want to give your thoughts?
Well, I made a couple of notes on here with, for one, the Houchins. I think the clinical operations, I think is great. You answered the question as far as the rate guarantee. I did have a question about that. And I've got a question, what is the pocket or the wallet card? What are those?
Okay, what that is we provide a couple things, you guys remember, we provide a benefit guide, no cost, outlines the benefits, but then we also will do a card that will have all the contact numbers on it for all the vendors.
Okay.
So it's optional to you guys, there's no cost, we'll have some clients that will do it, some won't, but if you want that, it's a matter of that they can carry it in their pocket.
Okay. I
Rather
didn't
than
know
carry the
exactly
big one
if
around,
there
they've got a
was,
smaller one.
okay, because there's different companies out there that have an HSA
Oh, no, it's not.
account. Okay, and I wanted to
So
clarify.
if you did an HSA, like I think you mentioned earlier this morning in the meeting, the HSA will normally be with the banking institution that'll do that. That's how I carry one, I have the HSA, and I carry a separate card for that.
Okay. The other questions here that I had were answered. You have that highlighted on here as far as the price, but, you know, that's a big factor, of course, too. But that's all I have.
Okay, so do you have a
Recommendation?
way you're leaning in one way or the other at this point?
But again, I don't have the county insurance, I've never had the county insurance. I don't currently, I'm leaning towards the Houchins. I like the local aspect of it all. That's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rostetter?
Well, how many years have we been with Gallagher now? Karen Stone / Gallagher?
6.
6, okay. 6 years ago, when we made the decision to go with them, we had some local leadership here with the company. I don't feel like we've gotten bad service from them, but maybe it is time for a change. I do appreciate that we have a local office here with Houchin. Does have me leaning a little bit more that way, but I'm not really strong on either side of this. I guess I just kind of lean a little bit because of the local representation.
Okay, thank you. I'll give my thoughts in a second, but do you want to hear anything additional from either of the folks? Do you want to give them 3 minutes, or is that not necessary at this point? I want to do whatever the board wants to do.
I've read through the info and stuff.
Don't think it's
I don't
necessary.
think anything's gonna swing me one way or the other.
Okay. Well, I guess where I stand on it, I've talked to Mark and I've thought about it over the years. I've always had a great relationship with Mark. He's always been available anytime I need it. So I know I've got a sure thing with him, so I like that. It's steady. And he's a little cheaper. That doesn't hurt. With Houchin, they have had enthusiasm. I've liked what they've presented as well. And I guess I was talking to Mark before the meeting and I guess you benefit doing either one, for sure. So I don't have I wish one of them was where I just was, I gotta stick with this person, but I feel they're both quality, probably high performing companies. So generally, you know me, I've been pretty opinionated on just about everything for all the years we've been here. And this one, I guess I'm not strong one way or the other.
I was really hoping that to come to this meeting and you were really strong about one way, so I could just be like, yeah, I can go that way. But I feel you.
It sounds like as if though there's two of you leaning towards making a switch. If there has to be a lean. I'm trying to think of. I don't know.
I mean, they serve quite a few clients, as you can see, local clients.
So when would this change happen as well, through October or so, or November, or when does the brokerage change? It does change immediately if you wanted to give notice.
Yeah, right, yeah, it would.
I think, nothing against Mark, I just think maybe it'd be just some good to get some new eyes on it. And, no promises that it's gonna be a 5-year deal. But kind of like we change our bridge inspection crew every few years, I think it's just a good idea to get some new eyes out there and have a fresh look at it.
I think whatever decision we make is the intent that we're going. And of course, there's got to be some contract signs. We have to, if we were to switch, we have to look at the provisions of the Gallagher contract and whatever that clause is. So that whole transition for setting the date, I think we'd have to wait and see what all those provisions within both of the contracts. So,
Sandy, would you like to make a comment one way or the other?
I'll just stuck with the board decides.
Just want to give you a choice or a chance, since you have a relationship with how that operates too, your voice can count. All right, anybody want to make a motion or a selection?
I'll make a motion that we make the switch to Houghton Group.
Brokerage services,
I'll
okay?
second it.
We have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? Marky, anything else you want to comment?
I think we got, top two here. I think either one of them would be good recommendations to go with. So I don't think we could go wrong. It's a top two. So.
All right. So we've got a first and a second. No more discussion, you said? I think you guys are good. All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So that's the motion. Thank y'all. Okay, next up, Mr. Markey, I guess you'll start working through that.
Yes.
Next up, we have Twin Lake Estates easement vacation. Morning.
How are you guys today?
Nice
to meet you. Bill Miller with Bristol and Surveying and Engineering, here on behalf of Randy Bird. Yeah, it's a little bit, this is a little bit different. So what we're showing there,
You talked to Brenda about this, we were getting ahead on the phone, where they do.
Doesn't rush straight.
I talked with him, I had got his fine president sales lessons.
You know what I mean?
I know he was
Like we say, this is way off, that would just be.
He knows there's gonna be
So if the hill goes down this way.
drainage.
Right, the way we'll go
So
across.
I'll kind of talk about that now, if you want to get him on the phone.
We have to get him on it.
So it's basically catch.
Yeah, he's gonna call it 11:15.
He's calling us. Counting that.
Okay.
Speed bump?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we are here this morning to discuss the vacation.
Is 11:15 good?
11:15.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. The vacation and rededication of a public utility and drainage easement. So specifically, we're talking about the public utility and drainage easement that you see, the 20-foot easement running along the south line of lot number 8. So you can see that in the plat, and then if you look on the drawing, you'll see over on lot number 7, there is a dry dam detention basin, basically, that was constructed on lot number 7. We show a swale, the line with the arrows on it, that would be the overflow of that coming out of the basin and going down to the lake over to the west. So the proposal is, and then there also is a pipe that runs from you can kind of see the white little circle down there. That's the riser pipe for that basin right there. That's right. And then it runs over to the corner of the lake. So it's running down through that easement. And what's driving all of this is the dark black is a building proposal. So that's, what is it?
Adam Combs, AC Motorsports.
AC Motorsports. He's would like to do this building addition that you see in the dark black.
Mhm.
And as you see, that building addition gets up into the public utility and drainage easement that is platted by the plat. So with that driving this, so then what the proposal would be to take that swale, the existing swale and the existing pipe that's running from the riser down to the corner of the pond to the lake over there that runs actually underneath the proposed building would be to take that riser pipe, relocate that down through what we would have as a proposed 10-foot public utility and drainage easement on the north side of the proposed building. So we would get the swale and the pipe draining this basin out of from underneath the building, the proposed building, and into a proposed easement as indicated in purple. That would allow for the drainage from that's coming from the basin to go west to get to the pond via that easement. To the north of there, over to the west, going up to the north, there also is another 20-foot public utility and drainage easement, which by and large doesn't really convey. The water's just kind of sheet flowing up there. There's no channelized flow in through there. There's no utilities in there. If okay, the proposal would be to vacate that easement as well, but we wouldn't have to. That's not as important as the vacation of the easement along the south line. The easement along the south line is keeping them from being able to build this building addition. And then it would be proposed, if you look on the plat at lot number 5, there's a 10-foot public utility drainage easement that goes along the east line of lot number 5. That would be proposed to be extended up along the east line of lot number 8 out to the cul-de-sac. So that would then, get, if ever anything needed to come that way, the building is not in that north-south easement, so they would be able to bring utilities in that way if need be. As it is right now, the existing utilities are, all along Dixie Lane and running up to the north. So foreseeably, there would be a need for that, but that would be, the proposal is to dedicate that easement that you see over to the cul-de-sac.
Mr. Burke, you mind step up here? You may know more about this than.
The other one.
Oh, I was talking about the other Mr. Burke, but you're welcome to come up too if you want. Mr. Come up too. You want to come up, Steve? I guess I just want to be reasonable about whatever we do here. So this one is existing, right? This map?
Correct.
So we've got an easement this way, down here, right? And then here. So we don't have one here. Right, there's nothing in this area. Steve, is there any reason, what value does this have for us, especially if you're going to replace this one with this one?
That would be to extend this,
right?
To extend this 10-foot easement up to there. Yeah.
I want to make sure whatever we're doing is for the public good, meaning all the lot owners in the area. I don't want to be any more restrictive than we have to. So this would go away. That's the secondary request. This is the primary. So when that building moves out and now we go from 20 to 10, does water flow through there? I mean, is that part of the, when it overflows?
Randy and I talked about this and you said.
That holding area there, 6 years ago.
The dry dam?
The dry dam.
Uh-huh.
And it catches the water that comes up from Alex Huffman's lot in here. It's been there, I went there every day when it started, I never seen it run over. I wonder if it ever does run over, so I went over to Alex Huffman on Sunday and talked to him. He lives there, said, it never ran over the overflow yet. So it'll even overflow it, just in case that enormous storm comes,
Yeah.
to water can still get down that swale.
I guess my question is, will an overflow in 7, it goes out of that pipe, it's 100-year rain again, does that hurt this new building? I mean, is that gonna be, is this gonna ever be a problem?
No, Adam Combs said no. He definitely don't want to flood his own building.
Right, I would think not.
Put that swale in there and catch any water that overflows.
So who's making the request here? This is Mr. Randy Burke here, right?
Yeah.
And here? You own both of these, 7 and 8?
No, 7 is Alex Huffman.
Okay.
He owns 4 and 2, 3 and 4. And Adam Combs wants to buy lot 8, he owns 5, he wants to make that one piece of
Oh, so
property.
this guy's gonna end up being the same owner?
Same owner.
Correct. Adding on to his building.
He'll create some similar to 2 and 3 to us, including a circle.
So I guess I wanted to bring you up, Steve, say, is there any harm, we'll start with this, of doing this? I mean, we're losing half the space, the size of our utility easement. Is there a need to require them to make it 20 feet just to move it north?
I don't believe so. There's no existing utility or anything in there now.
And all the utilities right now are on up the road line across the top.
What is this line here?
That is the Coca Lake water line.
Okay.
Been there for about 34 years.
Right of easement, centered water, yeah. And which is reflected on the plat.
Gotcha.
And has Brent had a chance to look at this, you said?
We've discussed it last week, and he did say that he wasn't going to be here. So not specifically from the standpoint, he knows what the request is going to be. I wanted to get with him being on, even though he's gone, I just wanted to get the conversation going, just to get things moving forward.
Steve, you wanna go ahead and have him call in? We can ask him about this and we'll.
I did just, sorry, I just texted Brent, because he was supposed to call in at 11:15 anyways, to see if he wanted to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, for the commissioners, I'm okay with doing this part for sure. Here, if they're not really pushing for it, I say it's in the public good to have more access. But then on the other hand, I like people having more freedom to do what they want with their
My
property.
question was gonna be, is lot owner he, Adam Combs, and he is, so, I mean, that kind of removes any
Brent's on speaker.
concern I might.
Hey Brent, good morning.
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm okay. Hey, we're looking at Twin Lakes here, Estates. Do you have any problem with their primary request of reducing the public utility and drainage easement running east-west from 20 feet to 10 feet so they can do a building addition?
I have no issue with doing that request. We just make sure we handle the road that's coming down off that hill. Keep it within easement, get that ability to drain somewhere and not get right off the rock. But that, as far as the request, I have no issue with it.
Do you find a reason?
But there are no utilities going in that area.
So the north-south side, I guess there's a public utility drainage easement on the west side of lot 8 that runs north and south, and they're saying that while we're at it, after you vacate that part, is that something we should do or not do? You have a thought on that?
I haven't had a chance to look at that one to see what's necessary or not.
Okay. I think what they're suggesting, they're proposing to put a 10-foot drainage easement on the east side of the property, maybe to make up for what they're giving us on the west side of the property. Does that sound reasonable to you? Brent?
To be honest with you, it was fun. I had a hard time following it, but I saw his email he sent on Friday, and it was a sketch, but it looks like he's got more now than I have not seen. So I hate to say yes or no or anything without seeing the sketch he's got.
Here, I'll send it to you, see if maybe this will help. Because I think I'm fine with it, but I don't want to, if you got the opportunity to weigh in on it. You able to look at your phone?
Hang on. Which one's, do you send it via text or?
Text. Text.
Okay, I haven't got it yet, but
How do you feel about it? With all three parts, the new drainage easement here, removal or lessening of this one and removal of that one? You're good with all three of those pieces?
Okay.
Okay.
That's
So
just
you will
Phil's
approve it,
opinion.
let the engineer think that it's.
So I want to clarify here then for Brent too. So Brent, this helps build across a lot line. It's going to, the existing PU and DE on the north-south line between two lots is just going from 20 down to 10, correct? Is that what we're doing here, Phil? We're vacating this. Where's the new one going?
Yeah, so the new one, the proposed new one would be the purple, and then also the 10-foot here would continue up to there.
So they're extending the existing 10-foot one on lot 5 all the way north up to the cul-de-sac.
okay, I see that.
And then on the north-south between 5 and 8, there's an existing 20-foot, and they're going to reduce that down to 10 feet and shift it to the north to allow for the structure to come in. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and so Brent, you can see the line with the arrows on it, that would be the existing overflow for the dry dam retention basin, it's over on lot number 7. So the proposal, obviously that's going underneath, as is the existing riser pipe draining that basin is going underneath the proposed building addition. So both the swale and the pipe are going to be moved so as to be then in that 10-foot easement and thus allow for the, the drainage to not be underneath or interfered with by the building addition.
Okay.
And from what Randy is saying and the neighbors out there, they've never seen the basin actually, the overflow structure being used. They've never seen it top. So
Yeah, I would probably agree with that, it's why it's never topped. But that piping somewhere to drain, that's got to really put it, there's no easement in there, then that could be an issue. If there's no easement, when something happens, who's gonna maintain it, so.
and that's why we just proposed, moving it and setting forth that new 10-foot public.
Yeah. No, I got no issue with that part.
Okay, are you good over on the west side of lot number 8 coming down, vacating that? I mean, that's not as critical at this point for the building addition, but that there are no utilities over there along the west side, and there's really just kind of a sheet flow situation up there, no concentrated flow in that area.
Okay, that house that's to the north is lot 8. Where does their water go? Does their water go the other way? To the north, or does it continue south into the lake?
It goes west. It extends west along that roadway back to, that house built back to about 10 Florida County. It doesn't cross the roadway, it doesn't go down on this property, no.
Okay, that'd be one thing, just to make sure that, and get that water too in the future, to get to the lake. If you vacate it, then they may not have that ability.
Yeah, and in the end, that's not, like we said, this isn't, the one over on the west side is not as nearly as critical.
Right.
The one,
Yeah.
So Brent, if you think there's any potential reason to keep it, then we'll just tell them to keep it and we'll go with the rest of it.
And I'm not saying there is, like I said, I'm looking at a phone and this is the first time really looking at studying this part without actually going on the site to look at that. So I'm not saying yes or no. The one on the north, the east-west one, I completely agree with what they're doing. I have no reservations on that at all, on the north side of the line or AP's with this new building addition. So I am good with that. So as far as the west one there, west lot 8, I don't know enough to say yes or no and give you a proper recommendation. Does that make sense?
It does. So let's just go with that then, guys, because it sounds like that won't break your hearts and we can come back and revisit it in the future if we have to. But so we'll go with these things, and then you'll have to come in with the final drawing, right? You're just kind of saying.
and I'll coordinate with Greg as far as like the document. Because Brent had mentioned too about getting the landowners within the subdivision to sign off on doing. So, and I can have that conversation with he and Greg and see if that is, you know, if we do want those landowners to be a part of signing off on the petition, I guess probably. So I'll coordinate that with Greg.
So this is basically just giving us a heads up, you're not looking for the formal approval right now, because they're gonna file a petition to do that. That's not right now.
Yeah, I just wanted to get, just,
You don't wanna waste your time.
I just wanted to, that's right, I didn't, yeah.
Right, don't bear the cost, expense, and time if it's a no.
Sounds good, gentlemen, I think you know where we stand.
Okay, can I, Adam Combs, appreciate you doing stuff here, business, us, and he's got nowhere to go, and he needs to pay, so he's looking at lumber prices, and as soon as he can start building the project.
Yeah, you won't, as far as the north-south thing, sounds like you won't have any problem with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nope, this is just a preliminary, so that they can draw it up, and we can sign off on the final. So just by consensus, we agreed that they can move forward.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so Brent, are you there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, I'm here.
Let's talk about your, the situation on Division Road. We talked about it here earlier this morning. I guess you saw that we also have a the sheriff also, gave his feedback on it. Yeah, so we just kind of wanted to see what we could do that would be in everybody's best interest. So, is there a commissioner that wants to get started with their thoughts on it, or do you want, how do you want to handle this?
Do we want to put something, I know the speed limit is 45 miles an hour. I know up and over that hill, that crest. Do we need to put something, and I'm talking on Brad Pope's side, something over on the other side, or even a caution light at the two-way stop, not really a four-way stop? I'm just looking for ideas because
That would be the quickest, easiest thing to do. We
Okay.
can try to slow everybody down, popping the hill.
right, going both ways.
Yeah. So that is probably a low hanging fruit that we could grab and try to help slow everybody down going into intersections, definitely.
So Brandon, on that same thing, could we put a stop sign on both sides?
Well, I'm looking into that. So after I got the sheriff's email, I called around to some other individuals to see if I can get some opinion. I did have one say that you can put up temporary stop signs with an ordinance. It's not elaborate as long as you have an end date. I haven't stopped studying it. I'm trying to look it up as we speak, but he's going to do some research for me. I see he can come up with something. So there is that moving. I'm hoping I can get more answers for you later on that. Stopping traffic both ways will be probably easy.
So I talked to a guy who he hasn't been really part of this conversation. He lives in that area north of the intersection. And he said that it's probably 25 years ago. Now, Steve, you may remember that there used to be a four-way stop at one time. He said, and then it got removed. This is when Virgil Schnauz was a commissioner. And somebody asked, why was the stop sign removed there? Why did that change? And they said that when people are coming down that Pope Hill going, on that side of the road, going east, that if it was full of ice or snow, there may not be time for them to sufficiently stop at the bottom of that hill. That's what they said. And he also informed me that there was Randy Heichel. So there was some name, he knew the guy's name that actually died at that intersection. It might be 35 years ago or something. Randy Leinenbach, is that the name, maybe? Or is it?
Danny.
Danny, okay.
Or Dennis.
So, I mean, I guess there has been at least one accident there of significance many years ago. I don't know what the answers all are. I think what I've noticed now, and I don't know why this hasn't happened, or why we haven't had more feedback on it before now, is when you're coming, I think people are thinking that road is closed and they're just not obeying stop signs. If people obeyed if people obey the existing road signs and look both ways, like you're taught when you're in grade school, then we wouldn't have any problem. But that's not happening. Is that what, I mean, that's what I think. Teresa's shaking her head, and Nick probably.
Human error, I mean, they're not paying.
I agree with you 100%, yes.
So, if the sign, the big one that says local traffic only, road closed ahead 1.1 miles, if that's gone, does that make the people going north and south treat it more like a traditional open road, you know, like they always have?
It would, you're right, yes, it would. The problem you're gonna have is then you're pushing congestion to the west, towards the bridge, because people are going to, you know, even we had the road closed ahead sign off to the north side of the road, off the road, out of the way, and then just let everybody drive through. They're not gonna look at that sign because heck, they're not looking at stop signs. That's what we'll say it's true. So you're pushing all that congestion down toward the bridge, where everybody's gonna be trying to turn around and forcing them to turn around in people's driveways, causing more congestion. At 45 miles an hour, you're asking for accidents in front of people's houses. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does. I mean, so I guess we have to weigh it, because what'll happen, let's say we took that thing and we just moved it out of there completely. Not completely, but we moved it down the road, we moved it more west. Then people are gonna come to it, they're gonna have to turn around in somebody's driveway and come back, and they're gonna say, well, if the road was closed, why the hell didn't you tell me back at the intersection? That's why the uniform rule says what it does, so it avoids that. It's causing trouble where it is, and it'll cause trouble where we move it. I mean, my just thoughts on it. So I don't know what the solution. Commissioner Hostetter?
Yeah, I don't have any ideas for it other than if we could move the road closed sign off the road to allow people to drive directly through. I know Mr. Pope had expressed some concern about having to go left and center before cresting that hill, which is a blind hill, about somebody, you know, hitting them head on through there. It's not going to solve the stopping at the stop sign problem. I don't think we can really solve that one per se, other than put the deputy out there and ticketing a few drivers and letting the word spread. I guess my concern is as they crest that hill there, we want them to be on the correct side of the road, and if there's any way we can move the road closed sign to make that happen, that would be my recommendation.
If you move them to the road closed sign, if you move it north off the edge of the road, I think you're actually putting the sign in the way of people looking up the road that are sitting at the stop sign on the north side division on 450. If you would look west, that puts that sign directly in your vision.
Could we put
I did look at that, and you know, you add a 3 little barricades, there are 3 lines from a barricade. That doesn't impede your vision going up that hill.
Could we put a post sign there that says road closed ahead with, I'll put flashers on it or something, and then move the actual barricades up the hill further west, but still leave them off the road?
You mean put an alternative type of sign at that intersection?
Right.
I
put one on both sides of the road that says road closed ahead, and then move the barricades up the hill farther, but, you know, off the road. I mean, the concern is them going left to center on that blind hill.
Well, see, I think that's only one concern. I think if we took that, what he's saying too, I think, we take that tall thing, we move it off the road, that keeps people in their lanes. That doesn't stop people going north and south from thinking, road's closed, or obstructing their vision for those
I
people.
agree, that's why if we had a sign there on a post, you know, similar to a stop sign, but, you know, a road closed sign, and then move those barricades up the hill farther to give them their sight line back. You know, maybe put the barricades at the top of the hill.
My issue with that is that your traffic is going to continue on. Unfortunately, this is what we'll say, the traffic does not abide by the signs. you have to put something in their face to slow them down and keep them from coming in. If we put road closed ahead on the right side of the road, out, like a proper sign, people are not gonna abide by it. They're not, they just aren't. We've got people blowing through our dirt road ahead signs asking, well, will you give me notification that there's dirt road ahead there? Well, right there, that happened twice to me so far in my 10 years. And then on Division Road, that's my main issue, that we're pouring traffic into a residential area.
I guess
Unfortunately, to turn around.
I'm less concerned with them having to turn around and more concerned with somebody having a head-on collision on that hillside.
Yeah, and I don't think it's that, we have them off the edge of the road.
Okay.
They are crossing center. If people would drive, I think dropping the speed limit to 35 coming over that hill would do wonders. Because right now they have 500 feet of sight distance. When you cross that hill, you can see the intersection for 500 feet.
Okay.
So we've got where the sign itself is on the road probably 5 feet. It's on half a lane. Now, normal passenger car, it's not an issue. Now, granted, with Brad Pope, he's driving a lot bigger equipment. I get it with trailers. It's a different animal for him. I do agree with that.
But my concern is the people heading east when he's cresting the hill heading east, or when he's heading west, and the person doing 45, and that's going the speed limit, cresting that hill, and now all of a sudden there's a semi halfway in your lane. They don't have 500 feet anymore.
That's what I'm saying, is you should be able to get yourself slowed down at 45. I've done it, I've checked. You see somebody in your lane at 45, you should be able to get yourself slowed down to a stop prior to that barricade to give them ample time to get around you.
Yeah, but you say prior to the barricade, they gotta get all the way around the barricade.
I know, I agree, but you still should get yourself slowed down to a stop waiting for that barricade at 500 feet. If you're going 45.
So you're saying if you go over that hill.
Well, if the barricade's here.
Right, then you got 400 feet.
And you're driving a semi and you come out and around it, how many feet past that barricade are you gonna be on the left-hand side of the road before you get back on your side?
I mean, you're at the crest of the hill.
If you're close to the crest of the hill and somebody
You've
pops
got
over that, and
30-foot trailers.
we're assuming they're doing 45 miles an hour, and we know everybody obeys the traffic or the speed limit signs. My concern is they pop that hill and the truck's going the other way, presumably also doing 45 miles an hour in the incorrect lane.
I wonder too, if we have both of those signs basically in the ditch, that's kind of what we're doing. If we get it off the road 100%, it's in the, what's that little rock space on next to the road, what's that called?
Sure.
The little, yeah, I thought you had a different name for it, but yeah, the little rock shoulder, and then it goes down to a ditch. If I'm driving through there and I see signs in a ditch, I assume that, well, now it's open because they've got the signs off the road. That's what I would think as a driver. I would think, if they, because I've seen signs in ditches before, and I think, well, they must have finished up the work, and I'm like.
Well, the gentleman that we saw on Friday, I mean, he stopped and asked if the road was closed.
It was half in the road, and he still asked.
They still asked.
He would have went through had we not been standing there.
Exactly.
I don't think there's a good solution.
Unfortunately, it's not. I agree. We can shut them off the edge of the road, and we can try. I don't agree with moving the barricade to the top of the hill and even off the road. I think it's shoving more traffic down the road, which could in turn cause big problems. But if we move them off the barricade, off the edge, build a shelter to come off the edge, maybe that'll keep everybody out. But then we gotta make sure that the stop sign on the north side of Vision, you can still see up the hill far enough. I'm not a keep horn on it, I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's an alternative we can try.
When are you gonna be back in town? Like Thursday?
Yeah, I'll be back Friday, be able to work Friday.
So here's the bad thing. He's the safety guy, and I'm a guy who looks at stuff. I mean, so I don't wanna go against what his concerns are, but then on the other hand, I still feel empathy for the people that live out there and they have a different opinion. I don't know, we've heard from probably 4 of the, 10 households out there. They all say they'd probably rather them be gone altogether or move them in front of Brad's house, right? In front of by his driveway. I don't.
Well, I think Brad's okay with people turning around there, but that's not gonna prevent them from using other people's driveways.
Well, and if you force people to turn around, it takes time to turn a vehicle around. Even a car, you're talking 20 seconds, 30 seconds to turn your car around. And if you had the amount of traffic that's on that road, you're forcing, if we get during rush hour, during the busy times, you get probably 7 cars a minute that run down that road. And you're forcing them to turn around in a driveway, even if it's Brad's driveway, which is a very big driveway because he's carrying the equipment, then you're forcing them to turn around. It takes time. You're creating a backlog, which, onto a blind hill, you crest the hill on the right side of the road, driving appropriately, and there's somebody waiting in line to turn around. You're opening yourself up for a big accident right there as well. Because that's not a flat road.
Right. I don't know the answer. I understand his concern about being left to center going up that hill.
So Brent, on top, topography wise, at the top of that hill is the water tower, and then does it go down? It continues to slow down until you hit his driveway roughly, right?
There's another little hump in there.
Is there another hump in there?
Off memory, but yeah.
I guess if I'm understanding what he's saying is, if you've got, so we remove those signs from back here, that means everyone will be coming back. The normal amount of traffic may start coming back when they get a sign. I think this is Brad's house, right? So whenever, then you've got vehicle. So then you get vehicle number 1 comes here, they've got to turn around because they see the sign, and then you got 4 more or 5 more behind him. Then you start having people coming over because I think it goes down a little dip, then back up, and then it's down from here. You may have 4 or 5 more people back up waiting for the person to come in here and turn around. So now you're getting people stopped on a road under a hill on a different side, and you're getting more people back that road than
You grab a post in the center line.
then you can't get them through it.
Some cones in the center line. Sometimes cones have been more effective than signs, because I'll be honest with you. Nobody does that.
Right.
So what will a cone do? Where would you put a cone?
In the
If
center.
the cones are in the center line and the road close signs are pushed off to the side, it just draws that attention to, hey, it's closed.
And the cone can be placed in a part of the road far enough where if a trailer is coming southbound on 450 and wants to go west, that it would have room to make that turn.
Wow.
But I think cones probably have more effect. I've seen that.
And cones will be run over and stolen.
Well,
Throw them into the
and in all
concrete.
because, yeah, we see that every day. I mean, people aren't paying attention to the signs. Our water signs get thrown out in the creeks. That's what we deal with all the time. So,
Your barrels,
we have barrels as well.
are they? I don't run through those. I don't play all traffic signs. I mean, if a barrel is you can't put one in the middle of the intersection, but you put it on the other side of it, and then have cones leading up to it.
If you put it in the middle of the intersection, then you're dealing with
You got traffic turns.
Yes, yeah, it's just, it
But
doesn't.
could you put it in the middle of the lane between the 2 road close signs and still have enough room to get?
I'd say if you put one in the middle of the division on the east and the west side of 50, it would be a help.
I'll put one on all 4 corners.
Yeah. I mean,
You don't think that those will be gone in 24 hours?
The barrel?
Wait, you want to be funny?
who knows?
We ran over, pushed over. I mean, we could screw them down to the asphalt so they stay and they have a chance to pop back up. But
I'm just trying to find a solution here.
Yeah.
And
I know, there's no good solution. I know the four-way stop is definitely an option that I'm looking into. I don't like it, but I think that might be the best, is to slow everybody down coming into the intersection.
So you're gonna make that,
Possibly move barricades off the side, so everybody's coming to a stop, and you can navigate a little better.
it increases your odds that you won't have people driving through there if you get stop signs on all four
I'm not opposed to making
Signs
it
don't seem to work.
during construction.
Right.
That road closed.
Anything with flashing that we can put on it?
We'd have to, if we,
Yeah, we have to put something on it.
Just have to come up with something to, yeah.
I mean, the solar flashers, like the,
So
When
Brent,
you get flashers, the only issue I have with flashers is getting them in. It takes months to get them in. I'm afraid the bridge is gonna be done before the flashers come in.
I'm talking about the, like, flashing stop signs, kinda like to have the flashing pedestrian signs.
I mean, there's.
I don't
some
mean like
places
a
everywhere
literal
we can
caution light,
Lease.
you know.
No.
Again,
I'm
that's
saying the
money,
ones
I
that
know,
have
but-
LEDs or LEDs
You
on
know,
top
these
of them.
road crews and
Gotcha.
everybody else, they have these radar.
Okay,
cars
wasn't
with
aware of
all
that.
this stuff.
So if I put in, if I put a stop sign, which like, I'm looking around with another engineer, he's looking for me to see if he can come up with anything. But if I hang, or red flags and put like reflective tape on the post like we did on the 450 signs, which I think make them very, very visible, those work, and then you can come down.
for right now though, is there anything we can do to stop, to increase? I'm just trying to think about that sign, because Brad still wants that sign off of the road. I understand that. If it's in the ditch, then is it causing just a different problem?
Yeah.
Or when I say in the ditch, 3 more feet off of the road so that it's on the shoulder instead. I think if you have it in the ditch, you might as well not have it.
True. Very true.
I mean, we'll make one guy happy if we do it. We put it in the ditch. Is that the right thing to do though? I'm not sure.
I'm not looking at it as making him happy, I'm seeing it more as I'm concerned about him going up that hill with the heavy equipment and having somebody from the other direction. I get that, I think that's a valid concern. And I feel like once it's been brought to us, if we choose to do nothing about it and something happens, then, I don't know if that.
But I mean, it is a
puts us in
standard. The
Yeah.
standard says we're supposed to have that sign touching the middle line.
Okay.
Yeah, and I get that, that all makes sense, but that, with the sight distance that's there between 450 and the top of that hill and you're chasing somebody in that other lane, I think that's.
And I think sometimes we try to make these black and white standards that don't fit every situation, and this is a unique situation.
So Brent, who has the ultimate authority where this sign goes? Do we get to make that decision? Do you have any idea?
It's ultimately you guys.
Because I guess we didn't like what you said, we could fire you, right? Unappoint you. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm just saying, I didn't know if we had any authority or if you had any special authority.
It's an extra liability on us, and I get that. I keep saying liability. I know it makes it sound like I'm not worried about lives. That's not what I'm saying. But we have moved the signs to help Brad out. We pushed them back away from the road. We pushed them onto the outer quarter of the road on the south side of the division. We completely put that barricade off the road. We've made consensus to help him. We have. We've made a lot of consensus to help him. Steve, I know him personally out there and looked at it, and 4 months ago, he was happy with it. He was okay with it. He's like, yep, I can handle it. This works. So we have worked with him. That's the thing I wanted to state.
Okay. So originally, Steve, you can tell me, it was like this, right? Here's the stop sign, here's the intersection. The road closed ahead, local traffic only sign is this one heading this way, right? So north is this way. So this is the standard. This road touches the middle line. This touches the middle line here, the secondary type, is it a type 3 sign, I think is what they call it? And then this is the top of the hill. So it used to be, we come across here, you go over, you gotta go around, and this time comes down, and I guess it slows everybody down, and from this angle, and from these angles, it's like, it creates a barrier. But for local traffic only, they see local traffic only. That means I have permission to go around if I've got business back there. So what has happened is, just as of Friday, put reflective tape and flags here, Are you still doing the thermoplastic on the road, Brett?
We need to get it done, but Tim is really busy putting that shop back in order.
Right, okay, and then, so since then, this has been taken off and it's over here. And this one has been taken from midpoint to about 2 feet.
And I guess my question, let's see, kind of real quick, is if we could do barricade here, barrel there. Does that help?
This barricade, this side, I think goes down into a ditch and then up a hill, so I don't know that you could even make it, I don't think it's 6
Well, I
feet.
think this one could stand, I think where it's laying now, to put a post in there to get it to stand.
Just to make it
Shut something on each side.
To where, I mean, you can't miss it. You're gonna drive through it maybe and go turn around somewhere, but
Yeah, and even at this, we're gonna have people neglecting.
Is the issue that people don't believe that everything's closed?
Yeah, because see, they're coming, well, check it.
if there's a way around it and you put up a road close sign and, local traffic only, a lot of people are gonna do the whole, oh, I wonder if I can get through there. I don't know how to turn around
I think
and.
that's what I was saying.
Should you say closed in so many feet or?
It
Like
does.
with our culvert.
It does.
We
That's
put
what
a
it
road
is.
with a water sign.
And what happens is there's a stop sign here and here, and people don't obey them. They come through and they're like, maybe, maybe.
Well, because they assume nobody's coming from here.
So they just keep going. We were out there on Friday and
I think they look up
they went,
they look up the side of division that's not closed and they say, nobody's coming and somebody's coming down that hill.
But I get it.
yeah,
Well, and I feel like we can't really fix the stop sign issue other than,
These two into that.
drawing more attention to it.
Where's this at?
Division Road,
How about
North Kitchen.
for the Kinch House goes up this way, right? And then Ophers and Wormies and Offer properties all over here.
So this is division,
This way,
this is 450.
goes east and west.
this is 450. Can you tell?
No, I can't, I'm still trying to figure out where we're at.
So, Steve, does this seem at least some kind of an accommodation for now until Brent gets back and can see if there's other things that.
I believe so.
I wanna rely on Brent, I trust him. I agree. He knows what he's doing. This might be a temporary thing, maybe you share with him. Is this something you wanna consider?
Yes, most definitely, but the one that actually says, Brent, the one that says road closed, on the barricade on the right-hand side as you're going west, the bigger sign that says local traffic only, road closed, do we need another one of them, or do we need to relocate that back past the intersection, or can we?
Put another road close sign.
I think what you're saying is that would be this one.
Yes. Can we move, yes, keep these here. Do we need to take the road closed sign off of here and move it back here?
But then,
No,
then you
Or
because
additional.
these people won't see it. If we're talking about it being a potential blind spot, maybe it
Yes.
can go over here.
Okay.
So these.
That was one of my concerns is,
Right in the middle of the
it
road.
might be too
Yeah,
big.
well, I think what I'll do, and I'm not sure how many flashing signs we've got, at least you can't put them on the barrels themselves, or the barricades themselves. I can talk with Jasper on where the state, come up with something that we can put on those barricades just to give it a little bit more illumination.
Yeah.
That works for me.
Again, if you wanna go through that with Brent,
And Brent, when you get back, I mean, I trust whatever you guys, or whatever you decide on this, I mean, you know better than I do.
I don't want it to appear to you, Brent, that we're trying to do anything other than, we know that you care about public safety and protecting lives, and that's what you do every day.
And the regulations, I mean, we understand that
Like I
too.
said, I've got two other engineers looking at it to give a fresh set of eyes and a fresh perspective, that one that know the book inside and out like I do.
Okay,
Maybe there's something I'm missing and they're going to look through it.
okay,
So I'm trying to make it as uniform as I can so the public understands it as quickly as possible, but then also keep congestion down, it's just mainly people need to slow down. I mean, I think we put a slow sign on top of there, slow people coming down that hill, slow them 35 if they can, would do wonders, would do a lot. And then also getting the traffic to stop at the stop sign and look both ways.
What's the status on the bridge itself?
Pay attention to the signs.
What did you say, Brent?
I talked to the contractor this morning. They're hoping to move a crew in this week. We had some good words today. Let's just put it that way. And I told them they need to do some adjustments. We've got to look at the filing. We've got to get this thing moving. Just saying the river's up is not really a fun option. We need longer filing. I've spoken to them. They're going to be moved in this week to see what kind of adjustments we can make to get this thing done and get it out of the way.
Brent, thank you for your effort and putting your heart into it, and we'll, I think we've given Steve some kind of an idea of somewhere maybe that at least we can try until, for the next several days until you're back to do something different. So I guess we'll just keep working on that, and thank you.
Thank you, Brent.
Anything else? Anything else? Thanks, Brent. We'll see you later.
All right.
Bye.
That red button, the red phone.
Oh,
I'll just lift the receiver and put it back in.
like the old way. I was trying to do that. All right, good. So we've got something on there.
Mike's here, your request.
We've all seen.
Oh, Mike's here, my request. Hi, Mike, come on up. Good chat. No, just one of the county policies is if the office is closed,
Yes.
we ask somebody to request the time off. So, well, what day would that be?
Thursday, 20th. So I'm Mike Fritch, I'm the deputy prosecutor, Bill Shanefeldt retired. So the prosecutor, Beth Schrader, appointed me. We are moving from Bill's office. He's allowed us to stay for a week. We've already given a notice. Thanks, Greg's been taking care of that for us. So we're gonna move out of there April 31st, but we also, we got internet, we've got federal tax stuff. Quick story, so I've been practicing law for 32 years, 18 years in the prosecutor's office, 12 years as the elected prosecutor. It wasn't until I got appointed as a part-time deputy prosecutor for child support that I had to have an FBI check and fingerprints.
Oh my goodness. Welcome to the
Because-
4D.
Because we do
Federal
tax,
rules.
because we do federal tax, we have federal tax information. Anyway, all of that stuff, we can't just leave some of it here and not have it, so we gotta do everything. So it's been crazy, internet, the phone, everything. So Matrix is working with us so, and we are working to have, so somebody can still call in Thursday, but there's just no way we're physically gonna load up furniture, everything. We got somebody taking care of the phone, Matrix taking care of the phones, Ekmundi's taking, literally moving the computers, resetting them, and all those things. So we won't be able to do any business on Thursday. So we just need, although if they call in, they will get a voicemail, so that's good. So we won't lose anything. So I guess I didn't know if we had to ask permission, but I am asking permission as the deputy prosecutor to close the office, at least physically, on this Thursday, and we would open again for business on Friday. At the new location.
Satisfied with all the work and how it
They've done a great job. Derek's really worked with us. I do need a copy. We just had an invoice. And I'm assuming we have a lease with him.
The lease, we had the memorandum of understanding, and then we negotiated the terms of the lease, I thought, early part of this year.
Okay, you know how, because we got an invoice, and I just want to make sure that the invoice, it says 1,700, I thought it was 1,500 a month.
I don't have a copy of it.
I'd have to dig it
I
up.
had
I'm
the
not sure.
memorandum.
Did the memorandum have an amount?
That's probably not accurate by now, but I keep like 6 months of it, so. When did we do that?
Beth did it. November, December, January, somewhere in there.
Back to-
You would think it would have been January.
I thought it was December because I thought they talked about stuff before she was in office. I'm just going off my head.
Well, I think so, because we were looking at,
Hey, look at this.
yeah, we got.
Which one's that? Is that
That's the lease.
contract or the?
We have a
That's
lease
no
with Bill, we have a lease with Bill Shinnyfeld, like I said, that's
The lease
already
with-
taken care of, we have no.
Bill was on a month-to-month.
Oh, and
That's,
while you're looking for that too, so the good news is, I talked with Scott, and I said, Scott, where's all this, where do you store all the stuff for the county? He goes, we don't have any place to store stuff for the county. I go, where else all the tables, chairs, this stuff? He goes, we don't. So I guess, so we're gonna have stuff. So Derek has volunteered to allow us, when we do this move, because we're gonna have old tables, chairs, stuff but we can't leave it there because it's county property, right? So we have everything, but he's gonna let us use the 7C shop, which is awesome.
Oh, nice.
So we plan, the other nice thing is, we're not exactly sure what we're gonna even need in our new place, you know, how everything fits, everything else, so it's gonna be real close. So what we'll do then is take a picture, I guess, Sandy, you know, for all the stuff that we know, because obviously it'll be temporary. And then we kind of send it out and say, hey, we got this, if anybody wants it or
normally
whatever.
that's procedures. You take pictures, you send it out to everyone, let somebody take it as needed. If nobody wants it, then you bring it back to them to be declared surplus to get rid of it.
Okay,
So
so
I
we
just
got that
forwarded to
on.
both of you guys the lease agreement. The rent, it states is Article 2, rent, initial term, tenant shall pay landlord $1,700, 0 cents per month. $1,700.
And that's gonna be paid out of her.
Option term during the first 3 years, tenant shall
I'm
pay.
assuming that'd be paid out of incentive funds.
I was gonna say, because there's nothing in the budget for that, not that
No.
much in the budget.
Child support, we pretty much.
950, I think is what was in the budget.
Yeah, so we're gonna have 200 more than we thought. Hey, can you send that to me, Jerry?
Already did.
Okay, thank you.
Is it at
Is there any-
at Gmail? Is that the one you use?
No, he has a county one.
You can send that to me if you want, I do have a county one. If you've already sent it, don't worry about
Amy
I got it.
Fritchie,
You have it?
Dubois.org.
My question to you,
I don't want to publicly send you a private email, but I didn't send it to what I think it was.
No, he has a county one.
Got it.
Okay.
you're closing on Thursday and opening on Friday.
Correct.
It's gonna be enough time?
Should be.
I'll move.
Well, this is the thing, we're not, I mean,
Sound like you
our
have
problem is
lots
I
to
can
do.
move a chair, but I can't move the computer. And we even have a state guy coming in because we have a separate landline because of the federal tax information. So all that stuff has to be coordinated. I expected to, and all this time, we've had to check, double check, but you bring up a good point. Physically, we can be there. So I think we're gonna be okay. So we can let them in the door and say, hey, our computers aren't working, but we'll talk to you.
Plan B.
Yeah.
So, just throwing that out there.
If you would
So
like,
if something does happen on Friday that we can't open again for business, Chad, I guess I'll just call you. But-
Yeah. if you want me to put something on Facebook announcing your move or your addresses and things, just type up 2 sentences and I'll put that on there too, so
Okay.
people know.
I would rather wait until we move.
Right.
So we, or after, yeah, okay.
And will Bill let you put signage up saying you have moved?
We're already sending little things in our letters to our, to the people we work with every day.
It's our building until the 31st, so we can put something on the door till.
It is our billing to the 31st, and that's what's nice too.
Should be fine.
And one of the reasons too is I'm in court next week. So if we don't do it this week, but if all the wheels fall off, we gotta go. We're good.
Okay, so just so we get it record, I'll move that we approve the closing of the child support office on the 20th for the full day.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, sir. Anything else you'd like to share with us?
No, is there, can't think of anything else. But,
It's always a pleasure
appreciate
to
it.
see you.
We'll have a party. Oh, are we allowed to have alcoholic beverages for the grand opening?
No.
Okay. Just thought I'd-
Well, you can go after hours next door to tourism, maybe. Or the Ace.
Okay, did you notice they took down all the signage?
What?
Have you gone by there? Remember, it was
Is
kind
the
of really,
Ace sign
really
down?
kind of a floral, I don't know.
Oh, the painting stuff?
All that
Oh, the
stuff is
window.
gone now. I guess they're gonna redo it, I don't know.
Probably.
Oh, the paint, was it window painting?
Yeah, it was all.
Elizabeth will probably come back.
Oh,
to
and
you.
that's where we gotta talk about well, that's more the city. How big our because we're gonna have to buy a sign too. We're gonna take the small signs off the walls in the building and put them in the window for now.
I think that's it.
But we're gonna have
Our lazy care, cover that.
So that's a city.
Talk to Steve Deals.
Yeah, as far as how much the size and everything. Yeah.
He'll tell you what's allowed on there.
I
Yeah, talk to
guess we could
Steve.
ask the resident sign person here.
Talk to Steve Deals. He'll take care of it. What you can have, what you can't have,
Without holding you to it, how big a sign can we have?
I don't know. That's gonna be up to Steve Deals and Darla. I don't know.
It's a city ordinance.
So many
Well,
square
the size of
inches.
the ace, will be, we don't want something that's got,
Like it's based
we don't
on
need it all the way across,
Size
but
of
we also don't want a
frontage.
little one like this, so someplace between the two. But it'll be nice.
So if Ace is 50 feet wide and you're 25 feet wide, the sign will probably be half the size of theirs.
Yeah, it's gonna be, depending on the size of the frontage.
And we're gonna keep pretty simple too. I don't even know if we'll have a phone number on it. He wants to put on the address on the door.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just really just gonna say child support office. Okay, hey, thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. French. All right, let's, miscellaneous items. Anything cooking the
No.
last couple weeks to share?
No, I've got another meeting coming up for the 4-H. I've only attended one because they changed their meeting schedule just for me. Very appreciative. Gearing up for the 4-H fair. So other than that, that's about it. Toca Regional is going strong, trying to get new water lines and for new customers. So we're kind of focused on that a little bit. So, yeah, that's it.
I have nothing new to report this week.
Auditor?
I brought Tammy here, I sent you guys the Purdue technical assistance. We were approached with this cybersecurity pilot program that they're doing, that we could have an intrusion assessment. We just conducted one through a different grant that Tammy received last fall. So we reached out to Matrix to see if, is it necessary or not, and he's telling us it's really up to us. If we want to put the time into doing it, we just had it done, we fixed every issue that we had.
Does it cost us?
Is it
It'll cost us time.
2 days, they said, that they're gonna meet with department heads again and things like that. It's no cost to us though, no cost
It's
to
a financial
I
cost.
guess what my thought was initially, before knowing that your time would be taken, was, well,
Why not?
if we just did it and we fixed everything, why not do it again and make sure that all the fixes we put in place actually work?
Yeah, there's nothing against it at all. I mean, we don't have any, other than our department heads are gonna be, they're gonna have to give up time to meet with these people from, and it's Purdue University doing so it's kind of like an internship thing, I think. And then there's a second one that's coming up down the road. I don't even remember when that
We
was.
received this and we kind of called the lady going,
What is this?
what is this? And then she said, well, there's this, and then there's another one that they're looking at doing, but it's not ready yet.
Yeah.
Where it's a little less intrusive that we could do,
And people won't have to be so much involved, so.
so.
But before we told them yes on this, we wanted to. bring
Or
it to
no,
you guys.
we wanted to see what your opinions were.
My opinion is I'll take the, whatever the two of you come up with, will be fine with me, because you'll have to deal with it.
Exactly.
As far as I'm concerned, hey, it's great, do it, but.
I don't want them to come in here and take 2 days of our time and all of our staff's time, and we don't learn anything. But, like you said, but we paid that company quite a bit of money. It was a third party from somewhere
How long ago was that?
last
In the
fall.
fall. It just was completed.
And the issue that they found, we corrected, so.
I mean, I think my recommendation, at this point would be to get Shatrice on the phone, the lady that's in charge of the cybersecurity pilot program, because we have not verbally heard from her since 22. We don't.
November, maybe?
Yeah, so we feel like we should have been informed of this prior to anything anyway, from her. And I would just feel better just kind of sitting down and saying, okay, so why would this come, why are we hearing about it on an email saying, here, have Sandy sign this, when we didn't even know anything about
As
it?
promised, this was given to you, and we never got the promise that it was coming.
So, I mean, I feel like there's no communication, and before we would agree to that, that's where I stand on a professional side of it. I would just like to pull that pilot program in a little more and find out really
Where are we
really
on it?
what's going on with this
How
pilot.
about we give her the authority at her discretion to participate or not?
Totally agree.
I'll move that we allow EMS EMA to make a determination, to participate or not in the Purdue cybersecurity program.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carried. So there, you can choose to do it or not do it. If we had never done one, it would be different. I
Right,
guess.
absolutely, we wouldn't even be questioning it if we hadn't already done one.
And she knows we did one.
Yeah,
I guess one nice thing would be if we paid for one, if we get what we paid.
yeah, I agree with that,
But
I think we did though.
I do.
I really do.
totally understand you guys are, you know how much time you have.
Yeah, it's just a lot, the cybersecurity stuff is a lot, it's just a lot.
Well, and the test we had done, they came, they questioned us, they were here, they put a box on our system for I don't know how long, I mean, it was pretty
Yeah, it was
intense.
pretty good. But we will, I think that's where we'll start, we'll just get Shaprice on the phone and say, hey,
Sure.
we're not real, bring us up to speed. kind of, so. That's the only reason I'm here.
Well, I told her, I didn't wanna say, oh, no, we don't need this, and you guys really be adamant that you wanted it.
Yeah.
Or vice versa.
Trust your opinion.
Anything else from either of you?
Oh, I
No.
have some surplus items.
Other than EMA, we got an exercise next Saturday, 8:30 in the morning. If somebody can pop in and say hi, see how our responders
And this
work
one's
their butts
at
off.
the city.
It's out at the Gas and Water. I sent an email
Yeah.
invitation out just a week or so ago, but anybody that wants to stop by, it would be really awesome to see your faces there. It would make the responders appreciate it. Even if it's just for a little bit. Especially you, Nick, you're the president, remember?
Right?
See
Everyone
you guys.
they had.
Have a good
Thank
afternoon.
you, thank you.
Yeah, for us, not
Well, I used to work Saturdays, yeah, so.
I've had 2 computers die, one being the judge's and one being one in the recorder's office. We've had to replace those. I mean, the process judges just happened Friday. Recorders was a few weeks ago, so I'm gonna declare those old ones junked. I can't even erase them, they won't turn on, they won't do anything.
So
I have
use the
some
hammer.
monitors, we drill them. I have some monitors, probably 5 of them. They're like this big, nobody wants them and they're gonna sit back there forever unless we do something. I have some keyboards and some mice. I think that's about it.
Some mice and mouses.
Mice, whatever.
Mooses.
I've got a whole drawer full over there. I've got a box full over there. It's like,
I'm sure.
we need to start cleaning some stuff out.
I'll move that we declare these items surplus to be disposed of.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Anything else?
That's it. That's all I got.
Mr. Schneider, did you say you had something?
No.
Okay. So I still have all that stuff, that purchasing stuff, that I haven't looked at since last week.
That's fine, did I copy everybody or did I just send that to you, Cerise?
Oh, so I got left out.
Of course.
I think I printed it because I had asked him about it initially
Yeah.
Because anytime somebody wants to buy anything ever, instead of me just learning the rules, I say, talk to Greg about it every time. So.
I do that too.
I guess I feel that's
It's good,
safe,
it's good to have a niche.
but, yeah. I don't know if that
Cerise, I just sent it to you only on Friday.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Send it later in the day. I haven't
Here's,
seen it yet.
do you have a county email yet? I sent it to
No.
your Gmail, so
I don't.
I sent it at 4:00.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
It was just all the ones that I had unearthed.
Probably there. Do
They're,
we-
they're relatively, well, a couple of them are long reads, but some of them are easy reads, so. Just different way, different counties handle it.
You and I want to get together and talk about
Yeah.
our project soon.
Yeah, that's
What
fine.
do you want? Want to set up a time or what do you want to do?
Look through those first and then we'll get a time set up.
Alright.
Take an hour, couple hours.
All right, we're close the meeting. If anyone wants to come talk to us about insurance.
Oh, don't say that out loud, somebody will be here.
Oh.